Folds.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Manassian. Councilmember King.
Here.
Councilmember Tawawa.
Here.
Councilmember Crowe.
Here.
Councilmember Parks.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We have numerous members of staff and consultants that are here tonight. I do have a couple of staff members who are hung up. We were in a meeting and they're on their way over now from their other office. So they'll be joining us. With that, we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance. Wade, would you lead us?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Budget workshop, that would be Sean Cobb.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is what is hopefully our next to last budget workshop for the fiscal year 2026 that will start on October 1. I know we've done a lot of heavy lifting, still a little bit more to do, but I thank you for your patience. We jumped right into... I will start with the DSRP while I get my handouts ready, if you want to start. What you have before you, Council, are the changes that have taken place since the budget that was in the packet. Funny enough, changes happened after these were already printed, so there are still one change that will show up in the next iteration of this, and that is simply an additional revenue in the HOT fund. We had about 60 to 70,000 more come in August than we anticipated when we put the budget out, so we'll have that again added to the fund balance going forward at the end of the fiscal year, which could come in beneficial for some of the projects we're talking about. One of the first things I'll do is I'll call up the Ranch Park to go over their information for DSRP, and then we'll go into HOT and DSVB funding as well. And I'll have a printout that I'll be providing y'all for that one.
Evening, Council. My name is Lily Sellers. I'm the Dripping Springs Ranch Park Manager. Thank you, ma'am. Our original date to bring forward the DSRP improvements was tonight. However, it was moved up to allow for longer time for these conversations, seeing as we're bringing forward some projects with larger expenses than normal. You have already seen these numbers, but since these projects can be associated with HOT funds, we're bringing forward them once more to answer any questions regarding these proposed improvements. In addition to that, we recognize that in previous years we are a building with deferred maintenance. Staff has worked hard to bring on new staff to work on our AV, and with these roof repairs especially, we hope that we will be able to be something that can help generate more revenue than we are currently. This is the Meet Texas, the official guide to Texas conventions and destination marketing organizations. This magazine showcases different cities and highlights the benefits of working with cities' convention centers and visitors bureaus. And I just bring forward some of this advertisement to show Mesquite, Texas showcased their Mesquite Convention Center with the Mesquite Arena, Banquet Hall, Expo Center, and breakout rooms and meeting spaces. Denton did their Civic Center, the Del Rio Civic Center. And then on this next slide, Pasadena marketed their Pasadena Arena and Convention Center. Abilene Convention Center and Visitors Bureau highlights the Abilene Convention Center and fully renovated Taylor County Expo Center. Their Coliseum features 30,000 square feet of exhibit area, or is very frequently used as an arena plus exhibit space. So we recognize again that in previous years we have not been worthy of some of the advertising funds because we've had projects that have needed to push us forward into that next realm. Our goal is to partner strongly with Visitors Bureau to say how can we help increase these HOT funds, how can we bring more revenue in, and again, these projects that are brought forward, our biggest being that roof repair and coating at $600,000 has been limiting us. It's been limiting our bookings, and so when we bring forward these improvements of saying again, looking forward to what our potential is and the partnerships that we can bring forward as well, especially regarding HOT funds. Do y'all have any questions for me tonight?
and others may. And I'm going to look at the first number. What's Hayes County Livestock investing in that $600,000?
So their goal is to, when we've spoke with them, the money that they look to put forward is once the facility has been repaired and the roof has been repaired, to bring forward costs associated with air conditioning the space. So when they have been asked about what money they can bring forward, it is in regard to when the facility is enclosed and air conditioning is involved. So at this time, they have not offered any funds to go towards our roof repairs.
Okay, for me, I'm going to want to see them contribute to that. But you can keep going forward. You answered my question. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I think or Lily, but could you remind me on the exterior lights, that number is both a replacing stuff that is just broken.
Yes.
But also a combination of bringing the lights into compliance with dark sky.
Correct.
And I think previously I'd asked for kind of a breakdown.
So there are 32, currently 18 are out. Around the building. So, and as I stated previously, it's not just getting it into compliance. Currently, it is dark in our parking lot. We're a very dark space in general with our park. And so making sure that people attending banquets, attending events, especially on that front side of the building where there's handicap, where some of those lights are out, they're able to safely access the building.
Thanks. And then on the wash rack, so it's my understanding that is currently not working right now. And I know that part of this $8,000 was to kind of fix some of the existing issues and some of the other ones. My question is given that it's broken now, we've had some time to look at it, do you think that the $8,000 amount is sufficient enough to make the repairs that we're anticipating?
So these repairs cover more of the external plumbing, so the spigots, all those copper lines, moving those so that way they're not getting damaged when larger livestock shows and horse shows are coming in, as well as the flooding that happens when those shows are here and people are washing their animals. The current issue that we're having right now is a blockage in the line, and so our goal is that with the repair we're doing at this moment in time, it's installing a two-way clean out that we can access, and it'll help us. And then as well as some proactive work that staff can do, knowing that during the summer months we're not pushing as much water through them and it's dry, and so stuff that we can do to keep that from happening again. So it's kind of multifaceted on the repair. We're hoping that obviously with this renovation and the renovation that we're hoping for, that we'll be able to keep those working properly.
Thank you.
So, y'all have any other questions for me
I see
tonight?
the 600 in the draft budget. Are all of these currently in the budget that we have in front of us? And maybe that's a Sean question.
Maybe.
This 600 was an item that was added into this version of the budget that was put in the packet, and it's in there tonight. We wanted to show council what it would look like to fully fund that project. What was in the DSRP highlighted as well. In the version that was in the packet was $150,000 from the LCRA grant. Talking with Emily and Lily, that was $100,000. So in the version you have at the dais, it's reduced by $50,000. But we also showed $300,000 coming in from the HOT fund, plus the $150,000 that they had remaining. Fully funded the $600,000 project when it was $150,000. There is still a $50,000 shortfall thereabouts. That's where I was relating to the additional HOT funding that came in today. That could cover that additional amount to make the roof project fully funded. Show council the fully funded project and what that looked like amongst the various funds.
So that speaks to the roof, but the other 4 items on that list, are those, and forgive me if you said this and I just
No,
didn't follow.
600,000 is the only one we've plugged in so far. The rest of
None
them
of
are
the others
supplemental.
currently are in this budget.
Not in the version you have, no ma'am.
Can you operate without the wash rack?
It can stay. We can put it on hold. Ideally, it would be something that we could even look for of doing as an improvement from our own generated revenue.
What all was included in the Dakin repairs?
So that was the combination of the air intake for the lobby and the restrooms and all of that coming from that main event room. So we have to cool that 12,000 square foot main event room in order to cool those shared spaces, as well as putting the system on an automated system so staff can control it from phones. They can schedule it out knowing that an event is coming in for help in some of those associated costs, and as well as the final bit being currently the motor on the large main event room, it either is on or it's off. And so there's a lot of expense to that because it either has to operate at 100% instead of being at 20 or 30 during its hot months. So it's putting that on a regulated motor that can support that and put it on, like I said, kind of able to do it at a percentage.
Is that putting in variable speed motors, or are those motors designed to run variable speed?
They can operate the way that they are currently. So they just came out, Daikin's come out again to make sure that everything can process forward. And that quote was including what we have and them showing our equipment currently.
It's just late in the budget cycle to be adding things in. And but we'll keep going. I don't want to interrupt you too much.
Yeah.
On the roof repairs, how old is the roof now?
The building, I believe, is 12 years old.
Okay, and we're trying to repair the massive leaks and with this reduce the temperature
Yes.
underneath.
A combination. So as Sean mentioned, our original budget was for $150,000 because those were our original quotes. Over years, the skylights have dilapidated, and so they are fiberglass that have worn paper thin. So it's replacing those because they're no longer needed now that we've put in energy efficient LEDs. So replacing those with metal sheeting and then coming in and putting in that elastomeric coating that is white and reflective, which will help with temperature control as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for me? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, I apologize. My slides for the budget. That was on me. Thank you. And so again, council, to start with the things that changed, you have a copy of that at your dais. You've got the amendments and then the budget that those amendments are reflected in. Starting with the general fund, the primary change was a little bit of change to the ad valorem just for the rounding in percentages as we plugged that new number in. It was a loss of $1,000 with the percentages and changes. Alcohol permits, you can see for FY25, up $751 based on actual receivables. When we get into expenditures, we've updated the office IT and software based on positions being plugged back in at the request of council. Again, you'll see that office IT equipment, the software, and then you'll see the salaries changed by $68,100. That was that position that was added back in. For base salary and longevity pay as well. Taxes, benefits, retirement, DSRP
John,
benefits. Yes, sir.
remind us of what that position is.
That was the Deputy Finance Director. Thank you for asking it for you included back in.
Yep.
Most of the changes you'll see there are changes in our benefits because of the rates that were adopted. We were able to reduce those in the budget, so you'll see those changes there. Taxes went up a little bit, but that's because of the new position being added. You look at at the farmer's market, again, you'll see that change there is just due to the reduction in benefits cost. DSRP, if you'll look, you'll see that change for the grants on the original version that was in the packet that said 150, zero in proposed 150. We've now reduced that to 100 per the conversation earlier. And you'll see that we have hot funding for the roof as an additional revenue of $300,000 in there. And then we've added the event center roof expenditure for $600,000. Again, that was just so council would get a full glimpse of what that impact would be on the HOT fund, since that's one of the things that we're talking about tonight, and the DSRP to show that project fully funded. I will point out, grant does not come through. Not only will we be looking for 50, but an additional 100. So the project makes with the grant and the additional HOT funding that we've identified today. You'll see that change, that subsequent change on the HOT fund side, that $300,000 now going out to the DSRP. Visitors Bureau, their changes were again based on benefits, and we removed $29,000 in office improvements. That is some work that we're looking to do down by the creek. We've been talking with the property owners to help clean that up, since it's a nice passageway between a commercial center and the city center, but we're working on some easement documents for that. So we removed that money until that comes through, and at that point, we'll be coming back to council should we want to plug any of that back in. And then utilities as well, you'll see the salaries changed based on some requests. It actually went down, but that has an effect on the taxes, which went up slightly. But benefits, again, reduction, and retirement slightly up. Any questions on the changes since the last version in the packet? Moving on, I will move on to the Visitors Bureau, which is on page 3 of the handout I've given you. There you can see on that second slide at the bottom of the page, again, like we've been doing with the other funds, FY25 budget that was adopted, and then any amendments that we've made to that, where we anticipate ending FY25 as a projection, and then FY26 proposed. What you see there is a strong fund balance moving forward every year, including into FY26 with the fund balance of $126,000 going forward. Total revenues, $487,000. Total expenditures, $575,000. On the next page are some of the revenue highlights that we wanted to make sure.
Sean, sorry to interrupt you, but is the presentation uploaded to be used on the screens?
It is not in the packet or on the screens, on the version that's loaded on the screens, no, sir. It is just, it will be presented to council after the meeting and uploaded to the website, but this did not make it into the packet on Friday or today after 1.
Okay. I'll leave it up to the other council members on the dais, but to me, especially if we're talking about this and we're doing it, and I understand like stuff changes, but to me, I think it's kind of unfair to be conversing with it, and the public can't necessarily follow along. And so, if my mother happened to be tuning in, she wouldn't. She gets bored by me talking. But if she was tuning in, she wouldn't really be able to follow along and kind of see what it is that we're being talked about. And so, I would almost rather punt it until it can be uploaded and shown. And so that's, I don't know if anyone else on the dais feels that way, but that's how I would feel about any kind of presentation.
I want to go ahead and hear what you have.
I can go over it. We can work with
Well,
Jason to get it uploaded on the
We're not
screen
taking
behind.
action tonight, so I'd like to hear what you have, and if we need to go back and get it uploaded, we can do a quick review at our next meeting.
Again, my apologies for not having that to Diana in time to get uploaded to the packet or for tonight's presentation. Looking at page 4 of the packet in front of you, you'll see the highlights for the Visitors Bureau. First highlight is the Brewers Fest tickets actually decreased by $16,000 and some change. It's actually going to 0. Brewers Fest is being taken over by the Chamber of Commerce, and therefore we won't have that revenue stream or expenditure line item from the city. We'll still be participating in the event like we do with most city events, helping out where we can, but it is not a city event, it is now a chamber event.
What will that do to our labor costs that we have in setting up the street and doing all of that kind of work?
It shouldn't impact our labor costs because our staff was still setting it up. It will not be a city event, so we'll be going towards a non-city event
But
now.
we would have had some income from it. We're not going to receive any income, but we're going to be spending money setting it up now.
Yes, sir.
So we haven't lost their labor costs.
The revenues always went to the Visitors Bureau. The setup was mainly done by the Maintenance Department, and there was never a transfer between those funds for the work done by the Maintenance Department. But you are correct, the staff for the Visitors Bureau that did help put on that, their time will be limited and reduced now that it is a chamber event, but there will still be some participation.
Thank you.
Songwriters Festival merchandise, again, you'll see that decreased around $12,000 to $5,000 total collections anticipated in FY26. FY24 was our 10-year anniversary for the songwriters. We had an uptick in merchandise sales as we put the 10-year anniversary merchandise out there. Not as much draw for an 11-year anniversary merchandise, so we've been able to reduce those revenues there. And then transfer from Hot Fund, you'll see it decreased from $150,000 from $550 to $400,000 for FY26. Again, that's based on a strong balance forward in the DSVB, still money being available in their capital fund for future improvements and a strong balance forward to FY27. So we felt comfortable reducing that by $150,000 for FY26. Reviewing some of the highlights for the Visitors Bureau, you'll see advertising and marketing increased a little over $43,000 from $67,000 to $111,000. General advertising is included in that for $5,000. There's also advertising for travel guides in the Texas highways and Tour Texas for $25,000. We did have money in there last year for this line item at around $17,000. Pricing has increased up to $25,000 this year. That's why you see that jump in that number. Digital search retargeting. Again, it's at $36,500. Again, higher costs. Brand enhancement and promotion, we've included $20,000 in FY26. We did originally include funding in FY25 for this same expenditure. It was removed, and so we're looking to place it back in this year. Miscellaneous marketing expenses at $10,000. Banners and signage for events at $8,000. Photography at $1,000, and then tourism and promotional and maps that we will have at the Visitors Bureau as again at $6,000. This was another line item that we included in FY25 but reduced. One of the things I'll point out on the maps is they are currently outdated with our boundaries. I do not believe they've been updated in 5 to 6 years, so they are 5 to 6 years out of date from any changes to our city limits or businesses or anything that's come in, so looking to plug that back in for FY26. Some additional highlights on the next page for the DSVB ID equipment and support. You'll see that $5,555 is being proposed. This is to replace 2 computers and docking stations, a new computer for staff, and then we have a volunteer computer that I don't believe has ever been replaced. And so it's looking to provide those replacement computers there. You'll see website, we increased $2,000 from the $10,000 we had in FY25 to the $12,000 we had are proposing for FY26. This also includes the website redesign. We had it in there for last year. We removed the redesign this year. We had it in there for a significant more last year. It was on a different platform. This year we'll be looking to do the website redesign on the city's platform that we have, Civic Plus, so therefore it'll be similar to all the rest of the websites that the city has. And again, you'll see that the Brewers Fest decreased from $17,000 to $0. Again, that is just showing it's no longer our event, but we'll work on getting those additional staff costs and time to council so that y'all have that to consider. Moving on to the hotel occupancy fund, unless there are any questions, and I'll get the presentation for council. But
When we look at our actual costs, I get real frustrated because we start looking at cost, it's all overtime. It's also a lot of comp time. And so I want to make sure everything is taking into account on what that is. I would really like to see what the Visitors Bureau budget was in '22 before we took it over, or right when we did, compared to how much more we're spending right now, or less, but I suspect it's a little more.
yes, sir. And we'll include standards for vehicle time, any of equipment that we're using as well, so that we can give
A
council
full
a picture.
analysis of what our expenses are.
Happy to provide that. Yes, sir. Moving on to the Hot Fund, you'll see there again, as with the DSVB, 2025 adopted, 25 amended, projected, and then FY26 proposed. You'll see that we had $339,000 projected to go forward. When we adopted the budget in '25, we are now projecting $495,000 going forward at the end of this fiscal year, with $404,000 going forward at the end of FY '26. You'll see there that FY '25 did have a little bit higher in its revenues. We do anticipate that going up for a little bit more. We were at 160, we're at 190, almost 1.1 now. So we are continuing to see hot revenues come in even as we're making these adjustments. We are still keeping it at a lower projected revenue for FY '26, again, just so we're not overestimating the revenue we have as we are working on those projects. Hotel occupancy, as I said, it decreased to around 910,000. Again, that is just based on actual receivables this year versus projections for next year at 900,000. Looking at highlights in the hot expenditures, we'll see advertising increased a little over $3,000 from $300 to $3,400. The $3,000 of that is a third of our website costs. About a third of our stuff related to communications can be offset by what we spend out of the general fund can be offsets from HOT. So we're transferring that in this year just because it's related to advertising and tourism dollars. There were also 196 for iStock photos, and it was originally included last year. It is also included this year. Is I believe it's for Dripping Springs photographers. It's a local photography group that we contract with to provide local photographs of things going on here, rather than the iStock, which are just generic and can be found anywhere. Signage has increased 31,000 from 90,000 to 121. This includes funding for wayfinding signage and the replacement of at least one of the monument signs.
Monument signs?
I'm sorry?
What monument
Which
signs?
monument sign were we looking at?
one at the triangle?
What?
How much is that? What's wrong with the one we have?
We're looking at wayfinding and monument signs.
I tend to think we can't afford to make them all match. We need to start looking closely at this. But that'll be council if y'all want to come back and visit that.
And the amount for the wayfinding, I know we had that presentation, but do we have specifics on the amount, or is that kind of a whole placeholder for now?
We're past placeholders. We're into a budget.
Yeah.
We're 2 weeks away from approving the budget.
We haven't gone out for contracts, so we don't know the bid pricing on it yet. We've just got the estimated from the signed contractor, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the signed contractor we've been working with is giving us their estimated pricing before we've gone out for
The
contracts.
wayfinding, I understand. Something that's working well, I'm questioning, but go ahead.
You'll see the other highlight for the HOT fund was the event center roof expenditure of $300,000 being plugged in there. So that's, council, that's what you have before you for HOT and DSVB. Our next meeting will be on the 16th, where we'll have our second public hearing on the tax rate and the budget, and then anticipation of adoption of the budget and ratification and adoption of the tax rate. So,
Can I
happy to
I wanna
answer
go
that.
back?
Yeah, go ahead, because I'll ask you a good question.
You know this monument sign, how's the text expansion going to affect that monument sign in the future?
Text up. How would it affect the monument sign in the future?
Good question. Probably would affect it, but we would just move it to wherever it would be, I would assume.
Why would we build it and then move it? Why don't we just put it?
Well, that
in-
makes a lot of sense.
I just
yeah,
don't see spending
yeah.
$20,000 and in 8 years we're spending another
2028
$25,000.
is the breakout.
Yeah, for the first.
No, that's,
Okay,
totally understand that.
okay, just, I'd like to at least think that out, because I'm not going to agree to it
No, that's,
if we don't have a
that's,
realistic.
that makes a lot of sense.
I'm finished.
No, I'm
No,
good.
It's,
Okay.
it has always, we have talked about replacing that sign because it's old, it has the wrong tagline, but we are totally okay waiting and not doing anything.
That's just my concern, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally,
It's, you know, I just don't want to do this twice. If we have to wait until TxDOT gets a better understanding where everything is, and we just
Absolutely.
wait a little bit.
absolutely, I agree.
So, real quick, going back to what you said earlier, Sean, so this 121, that is essentially a placeholder for the signs that we're still bidding out and for the replacement of at least that one wayfinding sign potentially. Is that a fair statement, Sean?
I'll have to pull up the specifics for what was included in that 112 or the sign. But yes, it was continuing to fund the signage things that we do out of the hot fund this year. It includes signs for banners for downtown Mercer, signage along the historic districts, and then additional signage, again, like the monument signs. But I can pull that up real quick.
Yes, when we talked about going out for bid, we were thinking that we had the money. Part of that, what we talked about was that 140,000. Part of it was already in, and then we were going to add more for this year to cover that money. That's what this is.
Yeah, Sean, if you could email me the rest of or maybe probably the rest of council as well, just the rest of the breakdown on this item. I would like to understand this in regards to the larger conversation. So like, it's not clear to me what Lisa said, which if I understand you correctly, we allocated money last budget. And so there's money in there already. And given our understanding of the cost, this is additional funds on top of what's there. And so,
You understand? It's real frustrating that we're doing this tonight. And we're going to have to go back and do it in all departments. But we have a building that we own that we can't afford to maintain, or we can't afford to maintain it. But we also have a department over here that's drawing from those same funds. And rather than the two departments talking to each other about the priorities, you're putting council in a position to make decisions at the dais on where do we cut this. And I feel like the two departments could have a conversation. Maybe I'm speaking out of line for the rest of the council, but I think that is what our department should be doing, is figuring out what we can do. Council will decide it.
Well,
and we said that early on in this budget.
yeah, I'm fine. I share your frustration, Mayor, and I'm perfectly comfortable with my position. And my position, I think, will be to adjust this line item and put the wayfinding signage on hold, because in my opinion, and I do think I do want to lean in a little bit more with the staff at the Ranch Park to understand the lighting of need versus want, but to me, that's a facility that actually generates revenue and for the most part is covering its expenses. And to me, some of those things are affecting the usability of that facility, and that's not good to the tenants and the people that are renting it. And again, wayfinding signs, very pretty, somewhat helpful. I use Google Maps, and so I don't really pay attention to signage as much anymore, but I understand there can be some benefit, but I think that's more of a want than a need at this particular stage.
It's just we're getting down to the wire, and we're going to be forced to do that. And I was hoping this budget cycle we wouldn't be in this awkward position of having to do it. I don't know what the answer is, but we'll work on that for next year.
And I wonder we talked about the wayfinding sign, there's differing views on the necessity of that, and I do think they're helpful and necessary. But I wonder if we could revisit that as an amendment when we have better numbers, instead of just plugging in a number that we don't, and I don't know when you're gonna have the estimates for, the bids you're asking for, but that may be one way for now to think about balancing the known needs from the thing we haven't for sure said we're gonna do yet. Just think about that as y'all work together.
My only thing is, everything's necessary, but we have to take a priority of what's necessary. We have to prioritize what's the most important and come way down. And that's the difficult position that we're in, but we're going to have to do that. I sort of agree. That's making money that brings money in is, in my priority, more of a necessity than the wayward signs.
And Travis, I agree, but in defense of the Visitors Bureau, what the Visitors Bureau draws in is an uncalculable number because of sales tax revenue and things such as that, plus the hot dollar. So I agree with what you're saying. It's a fine line, but here we're pitting two departments against each other when I'd rather,
I guess my question is, I didn't think we were pitting each other because they're covered. I thought we had fully funded this now, and now this. So that's why this is still in there. If I'm incorrect,
So the budget you have in front of you funds the $600,000 roof. It does not have their other improvement projects, the $98,000.
Right, we cut other things out. And 2 weeks ago, we had a budget that was a deficit. Right? Or it was close. And now we're still shifting, trying to get this thing to balance and still keep operating the city.
And I will say what is included in the budget packet that you have before you, Hot Fund still has over $100,000 going forward into FY27. Not utilizing all the hot funds that we have available to us. We wanted to leave a balance there in case some of those projects came in higher, and we wanted to make operating budget similar to what had done last year. A couple of things we had already talked about. We had the question was asked what was included in that 121 for signage. We had 42,000 for the monument sign replacements, 70,000 for wayfinding signage, 4,200 for the Mercer Street light banners, and an additional 5,000 for Old Fitzhugh Road and Hay Street District signage.
Well, I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem that these numbers being, not having a good number on the signage leaves me off balance. I would like to see it come back as an amendment. I think signage is hugely important to our visitors and to our residents to know where their parks are and everything else. But we are in a tight budget year, so I think I'd rather wait until we have really good numbers and we can make a better informed decision.
Would that be for the monument signs, the wayfinding, or both?
everything.
Well,
Are there multiple monument signs, or is it just the one?
Well, I know we have locations for multiple. We have one in the city at the moment. So we have one
I'm more-
in the triangle we were looking to include.
at this point, I'm more interested in the wayfinding. The
I'm not
monument,
sure
to
what
me,
the
can
other
wait.
monument sign is.
So entry to the city, we are also looking at pricing out monument signs at the 4 places
But
that
to-
enter, which those
to-
can be,
To Chair the Mayor Pro Tem, we haven't, I'll bet I've been opposed to the wayfinding signs. We haven't really quite given full direction of go forth on the monument signs. And so I think where the struggle is why are we budgeting for monument signs when the math that we have is a basic guesstimate for it? And to me, we haven't really quite moved forward with a direction of that. Because to me, it's like, if you get the nod of, okay, go forth, wayfinding signs, I'm still opposed, but if you get it, then at that point, it's okay, let's now take a look at the monument signs, and that would be, I think, the natural phase. I think there's a good question from Travis about Councilmember Crowe about TxDOT, who, I know we hope that they would allow us to move the sign. More than likely, they would bulldoze the sign and forget to ask us about it. And so then we would have to sort through that. And so I think it is premature to include that in the budget today. And so I think that's where you're hearing our concerns. And so, I think the right course would be to either stave it off and we work it out as a budget amendment later on. But, to me, I'd ask our city administration, to kind of figure that out. And in the meantime, again, I'm fully prepared at the next meeting to bring an actual amendment to the draft budget that would move the money around as well if staff can't prioritize that appropriately.
One more question on the monument piece, and forgive me if this is a dumb question, but my brain went to Old Fitzhugh. Is there a plan for that northern piece of Old Fitzhugh that's included in this budget, or is that addressed by and I'm looking at Keenan because I think he might know.
We did the signage for it, but the signage is not part of the Old Fitzhugh Road.
So does your budget address Old
It has a
Fitzhugh?
little bit. I think it's it's from a request from the Historic Preservation Commission to help with that signage, at least to get the ball rolling on designing some signage for the north entrance of Old Fitzy Road. I think it was it $5,000 I think they asked for?
Yeah.
I would treat that differently from the other monument signs that we haven't talked about, and maybe leave that in if you can,
Okay.
and let us see it
Okay.
with that. But I agree, not knowing exactly what we're talking about monument sign-wise, that would be a place where we could revisit it with an amendment, and particularly because y'all are being so conservative on estimating the hot funds, like, I think there's gonna be room for us to do some things once we have real money in hand.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I just want to put on record, because I feel like I need to, because we are not pitted against each other. We work really well together, and every time we do this budget, I feel like it's DSRP versus DSVB. Everything that we do helps them, things they do help us. So I just wanted that on the record. We love you. Okay, thank you.
And no one thinks we're pitting y'all against each other. We're put in a position of trying to figure out your priorities when I think y'all need to figure out what your priorities are.
Yes, and I didn't-
communicate better.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not pitting y'all against each other. We don't want to sit up here when we're not involved in day-to-day. We would like for you all both to prioritize this stuff, and I've talked about prioritizing this since the first budget. So that's the only pitting, and I don't feel like that communication has been
No,
there.
and that's exactly, Mayor, yes, and I respectfully agree. That's why we thought it was fully funded, and we're happy to help however we want. That's why we did this, because we thought it was fully funded, and I think it is. But, yes, okay.
Thank you.
The other thing I'll highlight in your packets that were included and sent out on Friday are the priorities for the general fund that we sent out. Originally, those are the supplemental requests. They had historically just been grouped by department. Administration went through and organized those. And these are in your packet, not in the handouts I gave you. And you'll see them red, yellow, and green. Green, of course, priority projects from administration, either based on available funding or we prioritized making that the priority to fund. Then we had yellow items that, based on funding, they might be able to add back in. We also included red light highlighted items that we thought could wait till a future year or when more funding's available, but not necessarily in FY26. And I will work and get this presentation over to Diana so that we can show it to council as well tonight and have it in the packet to go out to the public and in your emails tomorrow. So again, my apologies.
Sean, I'm sorry, I was looking for the supplemental document here while you were talking, so my brain did not take in really anything you said. Could you repeat the green, yellow, red bit?
Oh, so we included as an update to the supplemental request. Originally, they had just been divided out by department, and if they were prioritized by that department, we included that. What we've done in this packet is administration's taken all of that list, combined it, and then separated them to green items, ones we thought, yes, these are the top priorities that we should look to fund back in, pending funding availability. To the point we might want to look at removing some items if they weren't as important to put those back in there. And then we had the yellow items that these are important if we could put them back in there with additional funding or if another project came in cheaper. And then we had red highlighted items that we did not feel needed to be included this year unless something else came along and prioritized them. We either made them red because we didn't think they'd be able to be done in FY26, funding would not be available in FY26, or we could start it close enough to FY27 that it logistically just didn't make sense to put it in FY26.
Do you have the green list in front of you? Because I'm noticing like the roof repair is on that list, but it's in the budget. Is there anything else on that list that is
Nothing else
already in the
list.
budget?
We had that packet put together, and then over the weekend made the 600,000 fit in, so wanted to make sure to present that to council as well.
So everything else are
It's
things
not
that we
included.
ought to look at to see if we might include them if there's
Yes, ma'am.
room. Okay. Thank you for that backpedaling for me.
What else you got?
Happy to answer any further questions, but I'll get that presentation up before you so y'all can take a look at it.
Still happy to answer questions?
Yeah, happy to answer questions anytime. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we are moving into the Board of Adjustment. Diana, would you please call roll?
Chair Folds,
Present.
Board Member Manassian.
Here.
Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Tawawa,
Here.
Board Member Crow,
Here.
Board Member Parks.
Here.
You have a quorum.
We have a quorum, so the alternates are not going to be present tonight. Board of Adjustment, a public hearing, discussion, and consideration of approval of variance 2025-002, a variance request to allow a commercial building associated with the Dripping Springs Sports Club to be larger than the 100,000 square foot limit in the Planned Development District Number 6 zoning district for a property located at northwest intersection of Canyonwood Drive and US 290. Mr. Rose, is that going to be you first? Applicant presentation, I didn't know who. It is. Okay, come on up.
All right, thank you. My name is Drew Rose. I'm here representing Dripping Springs Sports Club with some updates since our last Board of Adjustments meeting back in July. Yeah, let's just dig in. So the major concern back in the July Board of Adjustments meeting was regarding the lack of a TIA submitted and reviewed by the city. That initial draft was actually sent before that meeting, had not yet been reviewed by the city. Since that time, it has been reviewed by the city, comments have been issued back, and the developer has been working on revising that draft with their engineering firm, as well as working with TxDOT and eventually Hays County on everything they need to do in order to satisfy the request within that traffic impact analysis. The developer is intending to send that next review back to the city sometime by the end of this week or early next week. I know that one of the biggest concerns was regarding the entrance and exit with a light onto 290 from the second driveway and that location of that light. The latest I've heard on that light location was a committee meeting was had on Friday with TxDOT. Sadly, I don't have the results of what that was at this point, but it seemed to be moving in the right direction, that light was going to be where it's displayed on this image and where they had discussed with the developing team. There was a memo also posted by Leslie regarding the review of that traffic impact analysis. I'm assuming some of you have been able to see. I just want to read kind of the last bullet point of that memo, which stated that intersections will operate at acceptable levels of service per the Dripping Springs Code of Ordinances with the improvements identified above. Also want to make sure it's clear that any additional amendments to that TIA as the whole site plan comes together will obviously go through that process as we're still a ways away and the developer is ways away of really refining what that site plan is going to be. Whereas the Dripping Springs Sports Club project is a couple steps ahead and intending to move forward with this variance and continuing on through the engineering architectural phase of our project. Excited to dig into that a little bit more, I'm sure, with questions. In terms of the sound and light mitigation, this was also something that was a takeaway from the last meeting. Really, this stems around a previous request by the city to have a masonry wall around the north and east perimeter. Our feedback was a masonry wall was going to be a little bit more than what we think we need. It's not going to be visible from any of those areas. And we think that the investment and the cost would be better situated into different types of trees that could both help to reduce some sound and light around that perimeter, including a horizontal wood slatted fence around specifically the north and east perimeters. This is on top of the landscape architectural plan that we'll be submitting to the city and having approved as well. These are just some examples of some trees that are drought resistant that aim to accomplish some of the light and sound mitigation. And those green, brighter trees around that perimeter, around that red screening on the outside are kind of a representation of where we're going to go kind of above and beyond those landscape ordinances. And then just as a reminder, this is including additional screening that we've included in our plan around the outdoor sports courts to include a masonry wall to help with some of that sound mitigation as well. So several steps forward over the last couple of months to try to really make sure we're taking that extra step to be good neighbors to Canyonwood, to Sunset Canyon, and to Headwaters. And I think this represents a really solid path forward. The pickleball and the basketball court in the top right corner, we intend those to be covered as well, which will also help with the sound and light mitigation. So lots of different areas that we're able to accomplish that. Exterior renderings, saw before, again, using hill country-esque materials and colors, blending in with the trees around it, using some different colors in the metal screening, again, to try to break up the large wall that will be seen from many different areas on the different sides of the building. This is the exterior. The exterior is not representative of the roofing system that we plan on using. It would be the left side of that picture, but you can see some of the additional screening, which includes both the masonry at the bottom and then a mesh screening, some type of netting system that would, its main goal would be to keep balls not from hitting people's cars and whatnot. You'll also see a really great, well done. Those trees are all existing trees we plan on trying to keep out in the cafe patio area. This will help to break up that back wall from the headwaters area by having some of these existing trees that are substantial. And yeah, so that's represented in that little kind of raised plot right there. View from the back. And that's all I had for my presentation today.
Thank you, sir. Staff report. Tori.
Yes, sir. So I'll be giving a brief kind of recap of, I guess, the general staff report, and then Leslie will be giving an update on the, I guess, the questions related to the TIA and the direction that we got at the last city council, or the last Board of Adjustments meeting. So I'll go through this part of it relatively quickly. So the property, as you're aware, is in the Headwaters PDD. It's surrounded partly by vacant land, which is the other Headwaters PDD area, and the other area is either the Headwaters Development Agreement residences or the ETJ residences along Canyonwood. This is the approximate location of the property. You can see the zoning of PDD there, and the request is to allow a building over 100,000 square feet in a commercial services zoning district. They're requesting a building with a 65,000 square overall footprint at a total of 3 stories. So the overall request is 150,000 square feet, which includes the multiple stories and mezzanine areas, which is equivalent to a 50% increase into the allowable square footage written into the planned development district. And I've gone over kind of the post-entitlement process before because we get questions there, but if you have any questions about what would follow after a potential approval of this request, I'm happy to elaborate on that. I also, in previous slides, included I guess a comparison of base code requirements as well as what the PDD requires. And whenever we're looking at building size, across the city, the max typically we have is 50,000 square feet. This PDD allows up to 100,000 square feet with this, variance request as being a separate part of the process. Early on, we did get some requests regarding hilltop preservation. This area does have some slopes to it, but this is not identified as one of the designated hilltops in the development agreement. And just to recap real quick on, I guess, the previous meetings that we've had. So since, I'll say the first Board of Adjustments meeting on June 3rd, where we were directed to get a submittal of the TIA, and then on July 15th, which was, I think, right as we got the TIA or right after. Staff didn't have a chance to look through that in detail. So the Board of Adjustments requested to postpone to this evening's meeting. One other point of direction we got from some of the council members was to compare this TIA with what the Planned Development District allowed as a whole. So there's a report in your packet, and Leslie may be able to go over that in some detail, that compares really some assumptions based off of the land uses allowed in the development agreement. I'll say there's some different scenarios in there, just depending on whether it's more multifamily heavy or office heavy or commercial heavy. But there are, I think, 4 or 5 different scenarios in there and how that compares with the numbers that we're seeing in the transportation or the traffic impact analysis. And since that last meeting on July 15th, there's been 2 Transportation Committee meetings where this has been discussed. The first on July 28th, which was just really a summary of what we saw with the TIA. And on August 25th, this last Transportation Committee meeting, Leslie gave an update in terms of what comments she sent on that and what other additional information we were looking for. And we did get some good direction from the Transportation Committee as well as that at that meeting. And I did want to, I won't read in detail the conditions for this request, but they are outlined in the staff report. And one update that I did want to notate, which is indicated by that asterisk on note 1, I guess with conversations with the applicant and following the last Board of Adjustments meeting, staff is comfortable with a option for a wood screening, so the horizontal slat screening along the exterior of the site on the eastern and northern property boundaries. And this is really in response to the additional noise mitigation methods that the applicant is suggesting on that site. So that concludes my presentation, but I'll go ahead and pass it over to Leslie, who can give some more information on the traffic impact analysis. And there she is.
Perfect. Thank you, Tori. Leslie Pollock with HDR. As Tori mentioned, we did review the traffic impact analysis since the last time we were here. And tonight I'm going to focus on the improvements that came out of that analysis. A lot of them are relating to the access points for the development. So I'll start with this figure that shows 2 access points on 290 and a 3rd access on Canyonwood Drive. And I will walk through each of those. So the first access point on 290, that was the westernmost access. The development team is proposing a traffic signal at this location. It will be needed to meet the demands of the development. As they indicated, they are progressing conversations with TxDOT and approving a signal here. All of that has been positive with TxDOT. TxDOT has a half-mile signal spacing, and we're almost there at that driveway location. I haven't heard hesitation from them yet. We will also need a westbound right turn lane at that access point for safety of vehicles entering. Driveway 2 is the 2nd access point on 290. This one, we are recommending to be right in, right out, also with a turn lane. And the development team is working with TxDOT to provide that final location of that driveway so that it works now, and it also works with 290 improvements that will be happening in the future. Finally, driveway 3 on Canyonwood, they've maximized the distance from 290, which allows for the queuing that is anticipated on Canyonwood. So the distance they have between the access point and 290 provides sufficient space for those vehicle queues. We've also talked about construction access and additionally talked to TxDOT about construction access on the site. And TxDOT can and will grant construction access permits that are different from driveway permits. So we can look at those permits on 290 and verify they're doing everything they can to make sure construction access is safe. And I will reiterate, 290 is a TxDOT roadway and Canyonwood is a Hays County roadway. So the city and the development team have been working with both those agencies to make sure they have final approval of those recommendations. Focusing on the sports complex, while the development team submitted a large TIA for the entire site, the sports complex is about 13 to 23% of the trips that they modeled, and that depends on what peak you look at, AM, PM, or Saturday. When we're looking at the sports complex alone, improvements to Canyonwood Drive will be required, and those improvements will include a turn lane on Canyonwood Drive. And it is likely that they'll warrant the signal on 290. I would not recommend it be installed until it was warranted, but it is potential that they'll warrant that signal. All right, on Canyonwood Drive, this table shows, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you just go back real briefly for everyone in the audience to understand, explain what it means when we say it warrants traffic, the process?
Absolutely.
30 seconds.
Absolutely. So we want to see a certain threshold of traffic volumes in the field before a traffic signal is installed. So you look at the volumes on 290, you look at the volumes on the driveway, and if they've met identified thresholds, then it warrants a traffic signal, or if there's a crash history at the intersection. But you want to see those volumes in the field, not a projection, not an estimate, before you install a signal. All right, this slide focuses on the traffic generated by the sports complex on Canyonwood. You can see in the table, the blue shows the future traffic of the development on Canyonwood immediately north of 290. It also shows the existing and total traffic generated by the entire site. The recommendation is to provide those 2 turn lanes on Canyonwood so lefts and rights are separated, and we have the storage we needed. One thing that we also looked at is what happens when 290 is expanded. Canyonwood queues will reduce because the signal will be removed from that location, and we can still accommodate the sports complex on Canyonwood Drive. As Tori alluded to, we ran a few trip generation scenarios. These were developed, Tori and I worked on different focus scenarios. These are not from the development team. We looked at a commercial, mixed use, multifamily, and office. I would compare, when you're focusing on this, the AM and PM peak hour trips. That's the more significant number. So you can see their commercial trip generation scenario would generate slightly more trips. And the only one that would be significantly lower is if it was entirely office on this particular site. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions? Did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Leslie, sorry, one more random question. So I noticed you all took some single categories, and one of the things in the PDD is we do allow them to build a hotel up to 7 stories, and I would argue significantly larger than any other type of use. Did you all run the trip count on that?
We did. I will take a peek. One of these scenarios had a hotel. I'm assuming it's the mixed use scenario. I will take a look and get back to you. But one of them did have that scenario mixed in.
You could confirm that, because that'd be just helpful to understand in terms of what we are essentially already allowing by right versus what they're asking the variance for.
I also have one question. When we talk about roadway improvements being warranted, are we talking about this property being responsible for those improvements, or are we talking about the development as a whole being responsible for those improvements?
So the TIA would determine, and I'll go back to that page, oops, who's contributing to the improvements that are needed. So you can see here, the sports complex would be 32% of the need on Canyonwood Drive. And we can ask for what's roughly proportional to the development. This could be handled a couple ways. We could do a requirement for the whole Headwaters site, and the development team can determine who pays for what improvement, or we can assign them per land use. We haven't gone through that process yet on this site. And we'll need to also work with Hays County, since this is a Hays County road, and make sure they're on board with how that will be handled.
So none of that That's all information, but none of that is getting addressed by what we might act on tonight specifically, right?
Correct. Yes, Travis.
I just have a comment that I'd like to, first of all, thank the citizens for showing up to the transportation meeting. I appreciate their input. I also appreciate y'all getting the TIA out there. I know it's been a lot of work for y'all, so I'd like to say thank y'all. I think it's done us a lot of good to have a direction on that. And for the record, I just want to put in that we are talking to the developer about an alternative construction route going through Headwaters. So I want everybody to be aware that we have discussed alternative construction routes besides driveway 1 and 2 that we're still in the process of asking about. So I want everybody to know that we are still in the process of looking at some alternative routes for construction.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll move on to item C, which is a public, is there any other staff report? I'm sorry, Tori. Okay. We'll move on to a public hearing. If you've signed in on the sheet, Diana will call your name. Do you have a sign-in sheet, Diana?
There's no sign.
I thought I saw somebody signing, or maybe they were just grabbing a paper. Is there some-
Tom Crawford?
Regular meeting?
Okay. Is that the only name you have? Is there anyone that would like to speak on a public hearing for the Dripping Springs Sports Club variance? See, oh, yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No, I didn't sign up.
Sure.
Make it a little taller. Hi there, Theodore Crawford. I just wanted to, first of all, I want to say thanks to Drew with DSSC for working with Headwaters and Sunset Canyon residents. He's made some good changes that he mentioned in there. I did want to say, I saw that the recommendation, or the recommended conditions for approval, we moved away from the masonry screening to accepting 8-foot wood screening around the exterior perimeter. I think that's fine. I don't know if this is possible or if those are binding, but Drew had mentioned covered sports courts and sound deadening around that. Is there a way to put that in the conditional approval to make sure that those are in there? Because I know the point of having the masonry screening around the north and east was for light and sound mitigation. And I mentioned in the previous meeting, I think it's going to be more useful to have that sound deadening centered around the sports courts. So is there a way to get that in any potential conditional approval of the variance?
We will address that with staff. I can't directly, but yes, that's a good question, and we will, I'm sure someone up here is taking notes, and we'll be asking that. So yes.
And I also wanted to ask, I know one of the things that we were waiting on with this variance was finding out if we could make it, I don't want to say like conditional, but tie it to DSSC projects so that if the variance were approved, another builder couldn't come in and use that variance. I don't know, do we know what the status of that?
Yes, we do, and I'll ask Tori to readdress that after we close the public hearing, but that is addressed.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. That was one of the same concerns council had. Any other person like to address on this public hearing? Seeing and hearing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Tori, I'll switch back to you on the gentleman. Actually, you can probably address both of those questions, can't you?
I can start with Councilmember Tawawa's question first regarding hotels.
Good catch.
Yeah, spidey senses. So there is a chart in the land use, I'm seeing what we titled that, the Headwaters Retail Trip Generation Scenarios as an attachment. Both the commercial focused and the mixed use node includes a 120 room hotel room. So I don't know, doesn't necessarily focus on, the increase in height that you were referring to, but each of those does include a hotel facility.
I guess I would go back to the PDD. I guess, would it allow a mixed use, or would someone have to then come and still ask for a variance to have other things? Because my understanding of the PDD was that it was specific to a hotel, up to 7 stories, and I forget what the exact height was. And so it seems like your other ones would be slightly different than that and wouldn't be necessarily representative of what is
Are you
allowed.
asking if they did a 7-story hotel, would they be able to have other uses on the property? Is that the question?
So what I was trying to get at is I'm trying to compare apples to apples of what they are requesting and the trips generated versus what is essentially allowable by right, meaning they wouldn't have to come to us at all.
Right.
And again, my understanding was it was some commercial, albeit a little bit slightly smaller than what they're asking for, or a hotel of what I would say is a much more significant size was the other kind of allowable use in this particular section.
I don't think the PDD was written as one versus the other. I can look at that and verify, if there's, other discussions going on with this item. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. We did have to make some assumptions, and a lot of them were, I'll say, pretty significant assumptions because we know the acreage, we know the allowable land uses, building height, densities. But, the things that we're having to piecemeal together are meeting the parking requirements, meeting the open space requirements. So there were a lot of aspects that went into what kind of built those assumptions. But I'm like I said, I'm happy to look into that question regarding the mixed use versus hotel, a little bit more if there's an opportunity for me to do that here.
You want to answer the mayor's?
I'll go ahead and answer the other question related to the, I guess, attaching this variance request approval to the use. And I'll let, the city attorney team chime in if I misspeak by any means. But it's my understanding that you can't tie it to a specific end user. But what we've done to assure that, this project keeps moving or that it doesn't, sit vacant and somebody else buy it in 10 years and have these same entitlements is essentially an expiration with this variance. And let me pull it, I guess I can go back to the conditions so everybody can see these. The site development permit shall be approved and construction commence on the site within 2 years of approval of this variance request. So that condition requires that, while it is theoretically possible for somebody to swoop in and start construction of this site, it takes a while to get those site development permits and all the design and everything finalized. So that condition was intended to keep this project moving and make sure that this variance is completed in a timely manner. And I'm not seeing Laura or Anise giving me a sign to stop talking. So, but that's what we put into address because we can't tie it to a specific user.
So those are a little different from the conditions in the staff report, because I think the staff report was from the last meeting, right?
It is.
Or
And if there
should
are
I be
differences,
finding those in here?
if there are differences, that's inadvertent. And I'm looking at the staff report right here. Are you not seeing that condition 8?
I'm to 5, but what I'm seeing says,
You're seeing 1 to 5. Oh, if you go to the next page, maybe.
the only one. I'm on page 36 of our packet.
I'm just pulling it from the attachment in the.
Because we're waiting for the TIA, we recommend postponement.
And
So I
that-
feel like this is an old, maybe,
It very well may, because, yeah, I've pulled the staff report from the interactive packet that I'm looking at right now, and that's what has those, which reflects what's up here. So I apologize for the mix-up there. I'll have to figure out what happened there.
I see that.
oh, wait, I'm sorry.
See
No,
on
no,
36
no.
what you're referring to.
It's at the bottom.
You're right. It carries over to the next page.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are seeing it on the next
My
page?
brain
No, that's-
stopped at the bold line.
That's fine.
Okay,
But to
thank
your
you.
point, though, Mayor Pro Tem, the staff report is, number 1 is slightly different. So in R1, it just talks about the masonry screening
But that
versus.
says
And
what is in
that was the
presentation.
clarification I wanted to point out on the screen up here.
But everything else you're saying is the same?
That's correct. And that condition 1 is the only one that was updated since the last staff report and presentation as well.
And the gentleman, I'm sorry, go.
Go ahead. You
I was
got the
going to
floor.
ask about the question that was asked about the covers being included somehow
right,
as
I
a
missed that
condition.
question.
Is that
I-
something we want to talk
I
about?
may look for an informal head nod from the applicant to see if they would be amenable to that, but that is, that is a possibility of a condition to require, a covered area over the outdoor sports courts or whatever area the applicant is intending.
I thought you're saying.
He's nodding yes.
Not a yes.
Okay.
So we can include it in the version that, in the final version. Okay.
What I heard, and correct me, I heard you say a couple of courts, like the basketball court and maybe pickleball you were talking about covering, but not the entirety of the outdoor area, right?
If there were a motion, someone should include that, those areas be covered.
Yes, sir.
And we're spending a lot of time on this TIA, which we asked for, but the reality is we've kind of pushed the TIA as far as we can based on the information that's available.
Right.
This is something we normally would not even see until you get into what stage?
The preliminary plat.
Right.
Well, I think it was important and I think helpful in the sense that the use is kind of unique. And I think trying to understand how the use fits in regards to what is allowable by right versus them essentially asking for some slightly different stuff. And the thing that was beneficial to me is, as I reviewed it, it's not that substantial than what we already otherwise would allow. Are there some weird nuances that we have to still figure out long-term, especially in regards to TxDOT and the county? Do we take access on Canyonwood? Do we take access on Headwaters? That, I think, is still questions that we have to figure out. And, I feel like we will figure it out, especially once the other half of the properties comes in. But I think the comfort thing to me was seeing that the trip count really wasn't that significantly different than what we already would allow otherwise in code. And so that was the big thing that was helpful to me.
It's been helpful, but we're still making a lot of assumptions, as Tori said.
Right.
Any other questions for Tori? Sir, did he answer your questions? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I scrolled too many pages forward, so I can't see my agenda here again. I'm back to it. Public hearing is closed. We're back to council now with a variance request in front of us.
Mayor, I would move approval of the variance with the conditions identified by staff in their presentation, which should reflect the 8-foot wood or masonry screening, as well as the addition of the, what do we call it, sound mitigation on the sports courts outside. Is that, I'm looking at Laura real quick to tell me if that's clear.
Well, and I'll say the sound mitigation is included as part of one of these conditions, and I think the question is related to the covered sports courts
Yes,
outdoors.
covered sports courts
And that may be
outdoors.
where we need some direction from the applicant to determine where exactly we're talking about, because if we don't specify them over a specific sports court, I think it would be the whole thing. Pickleball and basketball is what I'm hearing, okay.
Pickleball and basketball.
That the outdoor pickleball and basketball courts be covered.
Yes.
Got a motion. I think I heard Wade second.
I did.
Is there any other discussion? This is Board of Adjustment, so we have to have a supermajority, correct, Diana?
Yes.
Would you call roll?
Chair Foles,
For it. Aye.
Board Member Manassian, Board Member King,
Yes.
Board Member Tawawa,
Yes.
Board Member Crow,
Yes.
Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Yes.
I want to compliment the citizens who have shown up. I want to compliment the applicant. This gentleman has taken this further than anyone we've ever seen as far as getting buy-in from the community and adjusting his project to mix with our community. There's still a lot more to come on this same tract of land, so I urge everyone to keep their eye open. And I know Mr. Rose will be watching because he's got a large investment and he'll want to make sure it complies to something similar to what he puts in. So thank you all very much for coming out, and we appreciate working through it.
And can I just add, this was not easy for us. It's a big departure from what we normally do, but for me, the way that you have engaged with everybody, us and staff and community and people who disagreed with you, I think that went a long way for, I think, tonight's outcome. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We will close the Board of Adjustment, get back to our regular city council meeting. At this time, we'll open presentation of citizens. Thank you, sir.
And good luck to you.
Get to work, Drew. Presentation of citizens. You may speak to any item you would like to speak to address the council. We will not be taking any action at this time. You'll have a 2-minute time limit. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Yes, sir. If you'll state your name for Diana for the record.
Tom Crawford. I'm here representing Vintage Soul, and I didn't plan to speak until I listened to the wayfinding sign debate. I'm in favor of that. We've been waiting for a while for signs to tell people that there's actually something on Mercer. I know we don't pay as much sales tax as, say, H-E-B or Home Depot, but just to the city of Dripping Springs, Vintage Soul paid over $15,000 in sales tax in '24, and we've paid over $15,000 this year. And quite honestly, we don't get an awful lot of help from the city. I mean, we have the restrooms. Thank you. Thank you very much for the restrooms. That's huge. It's been huge. But we have over 1,000 people per week, 1,000 adults go through our door on Mercer. And that's pretty much from our effort. We have 14,000 Facebook followers, 17,000 Instagram followers. But people that drive by heading to Fredericksburg as fast as they can, they don't know Mercer's there. If we put the sign at the triangle, I'm not sure people will see that. So I would hope the signs would be right at 12 and at the end of Mercer. And I had no idea these signs cost that much, so I understand the trouble you guys have to make that decision. But compared to some of the other things I've seen the city spend money on, everybody that's on Mercer is paying sales tax. So anyhow, that's my point, and hopefully the signs go through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we do appreciate you having your business and letting people for the last 10 years use the restroom. So hopefully that helps. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Presentation of citizens. Seeing and hearing no one, we'll close presentation of citizens. Moving on to proclamations and presentations. This is a proclamation of the City of Dripping Springs declaring September 17th through September 23rd, 2025 as Constitution Week. Is there anyone here for this item? Great. And Constitution Week, is that Wade?
Yeah, it is.
Come on up.
Jessica Rodriguez. Well, Rodriguez, and my so this is a proclamation of the City of Dripping Springs. Do I have to use a mic? Jason? I do. And so the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law. Whereas September 17, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord a official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. Constitution Week, established by Public Law 915, it is time for all Americans to commemorate the signing of the Constitution and to reflect on the freedoms and responsibilities it bestows. Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17 through 23 as Constitution Week. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City Council of Dripping Springs, Texas, that September 17 through September 23, 2025 shall hereafter be known as Constitution Week in the City of Dripping Springs, Texas. The City of Dripping Springs City Council encourages all citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitutions had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. And the mayor would probably sign this and present it to you, I guess. Would you like to say something? Sure.
Wait. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jessica Rodriguez, and I am the regent of the Sarah Pound chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, or DAR. We're a non-political volunteer women's service organization dedicated to promoting patriotism, preserving American history, and securing America's future through better education for children. And as we gather today, we are reminded of a profound and enduring idea that has shaped the foundation of our nation: we the people. These three words at the very beginning of the United States Constitution represent not just the beginning of a document, but the beginning of an experiment in self-governance. As we reflect on the Constitution today, let us remember that its power lies not just in its words, but in the people who breathe life into it, we the people. Shared commitment to one another and to the principles of freedom that will continue to guide this nation forward. And we are honored to partner with the City of Dripping Springs as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of Constitution Week this year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
And here you go. The mayor's already signed that for you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, she wants a picture.
Proclamation of the City of Dripping Springs proclaiming the months of September through November 2025 and March through May 2026 as Lights Out migratory months in the City of Dripping Springs.
Lights Out Migratory Months. Whereas the Audubon National Lights Out program, established in 1999 in Chicago, Illinois, was organized to protect birds from light pollution. And whereas the City of Dripping Springs has acknowledged the importance of preserving the night sky for birds and people. And whereas Texas is a major corridor for birds migrating across the United States each year, seeing approximately 1 billion birds travel through the state annually. And whereas it is important to recognize this massive migration occurs mostly at night. And whereas birds and other pollinators are essential to our planet's ecology, act as benchmarks for environmental health, increase livability, and connect people of all ages and abilities to the natural world. And whereas studies show birds support local economies in Texas through nature tourism, which is dominated by birding. And whereas the Lights Out program encourages businesses and community members to turn off exterior lights from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. during migratory months to reduce light pollution, providing safe and natural migration routes for birds. And whereas participation in the Lights Out program supports other Dripping Springs City initiatives, such as the International Dark Sky Community Designation, Bird City Designation, the Dripping Springs Birding Club, Junior Birding Club, and will support nature tourism in Dripping Springs. And whereas the Lights Out Dripping Springs program, once proclaimed, will be listed as an official partner program on the Audubon website along other cities offering the program. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City Council of Dripping Springs, Texas, September through November of 2025 and March through May of 2026 shall hereafter be known as Lights Out Migratory Months in Dripping Springs, Hays County, Texas. Community members, business owners, and governmental officials are encouraged to extinguish exterior lights from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. during these Lights Out Migratory Months. Signed by Mayor Bill Folds, Jr.
Thank y'all. All right. Moving on to consent agenda, items 5 through 6. These may be taken all in one motion, or if anyone wishes to pull an item out, you're certainly welcome to.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve items number 5 through 7 on the consent agenda.
Got a motion by Talene,
I'll second.
a second by Sherry. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Items pass. Business agenda 8, a public hearing, discussion, and consideration of a variance request to allow 12 additional wall signs on fence screening at BPI Partners, Inc., located at 13,240 Rooster Springs Road. It's terrible. Austin, Texas, 78737, and a request to reduce the sign permit application and fees. Applicant presentation. Mr. McClellan.
Howdy, all. First, congratulations on the new council chambers. This is nice. The last time I was here was 2019. I did a sign variance for Bannockburn Church for an off-premises sign, and y'all are gracious enough to approve that, so I'm going to try to go 2 for 2. All right, we'll see how it goes tonight. First, to those who do not know me, and first, give Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's nice to be before y'all tonight. For those who do not know me, my name is Rob McClellan. You may know me from many other things in this community, but tonight it says Director of Business Development for BPI. Normally, I just kind of riff and go with it. Wait, there's a chart, right? There you go. All right, well, that's our company and that's our logo, and you all have this before you. Hopefully, you've had a chance to take a look at it. So a little bit about our company briefly, and then I'll get into the circumstances around this, and then more specifically the ask before y'all tonight, which there are 2 specific things our company is asking for y'all to consider. So BPI is a locally owned and operated specialty general contractor that has proudly served in this community for over 30 years. Over that time, we've partnered with the city on numerous projects, and we very much value our strong working relationship with the city of Dripping Springs. So I'm here this evening regarding the fence screen at our equipment and maintenance yard at Rooster Springs and 290. And Mayor, I agree with you. I hate the fact that this is in Austin, Texas, and not Dripping Springs, Texas. Maybe we can address and expand out 78620 all the way out that way. You certainly have my endorsement if you did that, as a guy who lives in Belterra. So I prepared a few slides. We're looking at them now. That kind of walk through some of this stuff. And there's some bullet points on the slides, but I'll articulate this in a narrative if that's okay with y'all. And then happy to answer any questions you have. All right, so currently our yard, located at the corner of Rooster Springs and Highway 290, is secured by a 6-foot chain link fence that's rented from a local provider. So I do want to note that this is not a permanent structure. This does not have concrete. It's not affixed in the ground with concrete. It's kind of like a temporary Viking fence that you would do at any other construction site. It's just been there for an extended period of time, and we don't have an end date for when the fence will be removed or permanently replaced. So I do want to point that out. So as you all know, construction and maintenance yards are frequently targets of theft. Fence screens have become increasingly common, not only to deter crime, but also to improve aesthetics. So with these goals in mind, BPI invested a little bit more than $7,000 for the fence screen for our site, which was installed in July of 2024. So this is no cheap fence screen. This is a very expensive commercial grade fence screen. So as a part of that investment, we placed our company logo on the screen. consistent with what is often seen on other construction sites here in the ETJ and also across Central Texas. So in February, March, there were two notices. In 2025, we received a notice that the fence screen was considered a violation of the city's sign ordinance, and that was unbeknownst to us. Since then, we've worked in good faith with the code enforcement officials who've been great to work with and the developmental office to understand the issue and identify a path forward, and that process has led us here tonight. So BPI is willing and has paid for both a sign permit for the fence screen and for the variance due to what we're calling repeating logos. However, the city's request that we pay nearly $4,000 in fees by treating each logo as a separate sign does not, in our opinion, align with either the spirit or the common sense application of the sign ordinance. In this particular case, we don't view this, and we think I'm hoping that you'll agree with me, that this is 13 different signs. This is one continuous fence screen with repeating elements. So that logo that you see on there, and I'll show you another picture here, this is our gate there, secured by chain lock, is the same identical size and shape. It is a continuous piece all the way around, with the exceptions of where it's broken out. And then in the other locations, it's tied very close together, so there's no space. It is one continuous fence screen the way that we've applied this particular deal. And I will note, when you go back around the Rooster Springs side, it's black all the way back there to the end of our property. It's mainly the 290 frontage where we applied the logo. I do want to note that this is not affixed to a wall or a building. This fence is completely standalone. It's not tied to any of those types of things. It's a temporary fence with a distinct purpose, and that was to secure and obscure our maintenance and equipment yard off of 290. So for that reason, we're going to respectfully request tonight that you all approve the two items that you have on the agenda, and that is to basically approve our variance that this fence screen be treated as one sign. And we're not even going to, we don't want to, in good faith, we don't even want to argue about temporary, non-temporary, whatever it is. We are very much willing to cooperate with the city and get it in full compliance with the sign ordinance as interpreted by the staff, with the exception of we want this to be treated as one sign for the property, and that we pay a fee in accordance with it being one sign and not 13 different signs. We just think $4,000 for this particular deal is not applicable. So more broadly, and I'll speak more broadly if I could briefly, real quick. We believe the city should encourage the use of fence screens at construction and maintenance sites. If you lived here in Dripping Springs for a while, which all of you have, you probably saw our site before we implemented this. This is a significant improvement. And we have construction sites on the 290 corridor right now that, in my opinion, would benefit greatly from something like this for the reasons I mentioned earlier. So I'm encouraging you all to consider that as a part of this. A burdensome fee structure risks discouraging that with developers, with construction companies, and so it's probably not in the best interest of the community, at least in our opinion. So in closing, we appreciate the consideration and the continued partnerships, and then happy at this point or at the end to answer any questions y'all might have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We'll probably call you back up.
That sounds good, sir. Appreciate it.
Please stay available. Staff report.
The Mayor, good evening, City Council. Shane Peavyhouse, building official. So just a quick overview here. Everybody's familiar with this location right off of 290 in Rooster Springs, approximately 2 acres with 380 linear feet of black screen material that's been branded with logos for BPI. Additionally, there's a sign that's near the right of way there. I've got a circle around it that hasn't been permitted. I'll circle back to that at the end. Photo, you can see there, I tried to capture all of them in one shot. So when it comes to variances, the ordinance is very, very clear cut on what I am to evaluate as far as hardships and how the project exceeds codes. The quotes here are what were submitted to me on the variance application. I reached out to the applicant and let him know that, there was no perceived hardship, there was no mitigation strategy, and asked them if they wanted another opportunity to try and identify those things before I just flat denied based on the criteria and the ordinance And they said, no, their intent was to go to city council. So this is what I use to base my determination off of. When we go to the criteria in the ordinance, the next two screens are directly taken from the ordinance. On this screen, we've got 3, 4, and 5. Those are applicable to this specific case. Again, number one, there's no unique hardship. There's no challenge for topography. They're not offset off of the roadway. So again, no perceived hardship. And 3, 4, and 5, those are, you know, I think anybody here would agree that the sign location is fine where it's at. They're natural colors and, you know, architectural harmony as much as can be achieved with the chain link fence. And then 6 through 10 here, again, these aren't applicable to this specific case. So using those 10 items, my recommendation was denial of the sign variance. I will say that during the course of approximately the last 10 months, we've had 4 instances of other companies. 2 approached us and wanted to have branded screening, similar to what BPI has. And when I explained to them, you know, what the variance process was, the fact that as a sign administrator, I can't approve it, that it would have to go to city council, they withdrew and they didn't submit an application. The other 2 installed it without permits, and when we approached them and told them that they required permits and a variance, they pulled it down and they put up just regular black screening. So last thing I'll say, if approved or denied, council does need to determine the fees that would be paid. And just so all the fees are understood. So BPI has paid a total of $425, and that is for the $150 sign variance fee and then the $275 fee for one sign. The remainder would be...
Would you repeat that? I'm sorry, I just wasn't quick enough.
Okay, so they've paid $425, that's a $150 sign variance fee and a $275 sign fee. The remaining balance is $3,300, and that's based on the ordinance requiring us to treat each sign as an individual sign. So if we treated them all as one size, as one sign, then it would still require a variance because cumulatively they exceed the total signable area for one sign. That's all I have.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I'm ready for questions.
We'll probably come back. Let's go through the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Hearing no one, will close the public hearing. We're on a variance request to allow additional wall signs. Got a couple of questions for Mr. McClellan. What's the life expectancy of that fence screening?
So it varies due to all the typical factors, right? So far we're a year and a half in, very little sign of wear. We bought it from a company that specializes in longevity and durability fence screens. There are varying degrees of qualities on this, and maybe this is something you all need to consider from a like, what do we want to have in Dripping Springs, right? You don't want to have the one that's up there and starts ripping, and next thing you know, it's, you know, whatever it is. This particular one, and again, they vary, should get us at least 5 years out of it, and that's even with the Central Texas Sun. And so our plan would be, at some point, if we're granted this, we would replace it identically to what y'all would approve if it was on the permit. So, and we think that that's practical and acceptable.
And I have a hard time. This is just me. I hadn't heard from council. I just get the privilege of running the meeting.
You are the mayor, Bill.
That's right. we're asking to be treated something as one sign. When we have signs in a commercial business on a window here and a window here, and there's a bar between it, that becomes two signs. Unfortunately, the example you showed two signs in my mind.
Yeah, with the gate there, yeah, yep.
And if that's happening in multiple places, I don't know how often the sheets, how long they are and things such as that.
I'll just go right
what
to
is
there.
that?
There you go, Bill. That's a good
Yeah.
view of it.
Is that 5 pieces, 10 pieces, or?
So those rolls are, don't get me quoting that out. I want to say we're on 30-foot rolls each, and we tie those as close together as we possibly can. That's what we did, essentially. So you got a good view of it there. You see there's probably one with about an 8-inch gap there, maybe a foot gap. And that's just to make sure we get the maximum coverage all the way around is why we did that, yeah.
How many feet was it?
Approximately 380
Yeah. And that goes around the side too. You got that, right? All the way to the side down Rooster Springs, and that side is all black on that side, yeah. Sure, you got it. Right there? There you go.
260 feet were branded.
And I will say before this, we had a fence screen on this before, and it was black, and it looked terrible. It was tore up, ripped up. Could we have bought something like we did on the other side? Absolutely, but a $7,000 investment, not knowing that this would fall under the wall sign requirement, we invested in something that we thought would be appealing and benefiting to our company. It sounds like there's other people who want to do this. It sounds like right now the current circumstances are it's an immediate deterrent, right? And I can understand having a wall with like 13 signs all the way around on a building. Like I totally get that. This is very different, in my humble opinion, right? This is designed to obscure, which a wall sign is not designed to do. It's designed to project out your business. This is totally designed to obscure sight, right, from something that is otherwise relatively unsightly. A maintenance yard is not the most appealing thing to look at. Construction sites aren't either. And so that's where we're claiming that there is a benefit, we feel. Certainly not a public nuisance. I think we can rule that out. But in our view, a benefit.
And you're right. It's also, though, you're leaving out, it's also a advertising method. Otherwise, you wouldn't do
I'm
it
in business
if you didn't
development,
feel
Bill,
like
of
there was
course
a
it is.
return.
Absolutely.
So there is another upside to it.
There is. I will note that we're not a direct-to-consumer company, so we're not going directly to consumers if people aren't coming to this business. But you're absolutely right. I need to be fair about that, yes.
Yeah, there. Okay. Council, do y'all have any questions?
I think I'm just,
Either.
not so much, I was going to deliberate, but no, I don't have any questions.
What's your name again?
Rob McClellan, Wade.
Who?
Rob McClellan.
Rob McCullough?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you the owner of BPI?
No, Shane Bowerly is the owner of BPI.
I think you said that earlier, but it went by kind of fast. Are you a lawyer?
No, sir.
You talk like one.
I do.
Well, you're fast.
I talk fast, yes, sir.
I like you.
You do? Well, I like you
I've been
too,
in the
Wade.
construction business in some shape, form, or fashion for the last 30 years. I love your sign. I don't see a thing wrong with it. That man's doing his job.
Yes, sir.
He's doing a great job, as a matter of fact. But I think your sign's awesome, and I'm inclined to vote in favor of it because it's temporary. This is not in masonry.
No,
You
sir.
haven't put post in the ground.
No, sir.
Concrete. That could blow down tomorrow in a big wind or get tore up. Or
It does sometimes, sir. Well, it did with the old fence screen, not so much anymore.
For me, that's the classiest fencing I've ever seen on a construction, yard, anything related.
Well, thank you.
And so I just want to let you know how I feel about it.
Appreciate that, Wade. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you coming out tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Present your case.
Thank you, Rob. We'll get back to you.
All right, Bill. Thanks, sir.
Wade, I agree with you that it serves a purpose of looking good, but you have a sign ordinance that we voted on and approved. So are we in agreement? I don't know. You may say it looks good, but how do you handle it? There's a variance. And at what price do you charge if you're going to grant the variance? Is that 14 signs or is that one sign is what we have to ask ourselves. I don't think anyone here is going to debate it looking a lot better than a black sign.
Or no sign at all.
Or no sign at all. So
Well, I agree. I mean, it looks great. I'd rather look at that than all the construction stuff behind it.
Yeah.
I'm worried about consistency with our other businesses.
Exactly.
that when, as you put, Mayor, that different windows, when they put two signs and it's two different signs.
Well, I think part of the challenge is, and I'm glad Shane brought up that other people have thought of it, and then when approached with, if you will, our process, their thing is like, I'd much rather file for a food permit in the city of Austin than attempt a sign variance process in the city of Dripping Springs. And so to me, the way that I look at that is that's not that is an issue of our regulations, and they didn't really contemplate something like this happening. And so when something weird happens, the only way that it comes to a resolution is in front of us. That's the only thing. So the thing that I would point to is, I understand the sign ordinance was approved before my time. It's been adopted, I think amended once since I've been on here, but I've consistently had issues with how things get applied and the one-size-fits-all approach that it typically does, and the lack of flexibility, because I think we can all agree this is technically a sign. Asking someone to spend $4,000 plus on a permit, I don't even think when HTO came in for their variance that we were assessing a permit at that level. And they, I would argue, probably had more actual physical signage. And so, to me, I think the thing, when we do a variance, it's always a one-off. You're saying it's an exception, and it's why is it an exception? And I think if we move forward, it's an exception because our ordinance doesn't contemplate something like this and allow for the process to naturally be resolved. And so to me, if we approved anything, whatever it may be, it's one sign, three signs, whatever it is, and I do agree that we should address the unpermitted sign in the right of way. However, I would look at that to staff as the direction of, we need to figure out how to address this so that either you all have more clarity on what should be permitted or not permitted, and at the same time too, we make it so that it's more understandable, like what they can come to us for. Because to me, if this is a temporary fence, and my guess is that, and I might ask the applicant here in a bit to clarify, my guess is, in 2 or 3 years, they might come back and now be building an actual fence. I think about didn't WIM, when they came for their tent, didn't they have a screen at some point too? And I don't think there was anything on that, around that temporary warehouse tent thing that they had. But again, had they slapped on a logo all around, all of a sudden it would be coming in front of us. The reality is, if there was nothing, if it was just black, or if there was nothing there, this would never come to us. It's just the fact that they have their logo. And I think it is, I don't think it's, I think what the purpose of the sign is nuisance and unsightliness. And to me, I'm way more offended by the billboards on Ranch Road 12 than I am about this on Highway 290. And so, to me, it's, our regulations don't allow this to be resolved in a normal way, which is why it's before us. And so, to me, it's a matter of figuring out, I'm inclined to approve it. It's just approving the variance. It's just a matter of what does it look like? Is it two signs? Is it one sign? Right. That's where I'm at. But again, the direction to staff of, we should think about it, because, I think, again, if people are trying it and they're like, what, I'm just not going to do it at all. Like, that's not how our regulations should be. We should be incentivizing people to do the right thing, and not dissuading them from, existing, so to speak.
Why is it dissuading to just have a black cover? It's not a sign until you put a logo on it.
So I think the challenge we have here is, obviously they have invested, in this, and so that's something we have to, I do think it is fair to look at. If it was straight black, then yeah, it may not come to us until maybe it ripped, and then it might become, something there. But if you were to say, my guess is, if you said, okay, denied, but you can have a black one, my guess is that they would go back and just not have anything. And I don't know if that's necessarily better.
Then you're arguing it is advertising. Because if they would, they're arguing, or not arguing, but they're stating the purpose of this is for screening for protection of their equipment. So they really don't need the protection, is what you're saying. They want the signage.
I would
That's
say,
how
I mean, if you're applying percentages to it, I would say it's 50% signage, 50% screening is really what it is. And,
Because they chose to, along Rooster Springs, just do black.
yeah.
Still the same quality of fence, screening.
If there were no logos, we wouldn't be talking about this, right? It wouldn't come to us if there were no logos. So it's the logos that
It's
we're
the logos.
addressing. And if you have a massive window and you put 3 logos and connect them by clear cover, but it's all one sign, I mean, I'm going to still see that as 3 signs, even though they're connected.
Well, it's the cumulative square foot, and that's where I struggle
No,
with
I mean,
this.
I just have a problem with, I get the desire for it. I do think we have an ordinance that clearly addresses variances. And I agree, there's no hardship addressed here, there's no mitigation addressed. Like, we do have a way to look at this within our ordinance. We don't have a ordinance that addresses fence screening. If that's what you're saying, if we need an ordinance that addresses fence screening, I'm not sure that I want to encourage a whole bunch of fence screening with advertising. Like, I'm just not sure that that's beneficial for us. I don't know if other ordinances from other cities address fence screening. But I think if we're looking at this as a variance, we have to apply our standards. And it's only a sign because there are logos, and there are lots of logos on this.
Has staff looked at what other cities, how they regulate that?
Ma'am.
Okay.
No, I think it would be hard, we'd be hard pressed to find somebody that's as strict as us on signs. You go
I would agree
past
with
Nutty
that,
Brown, and
but-
it's,
I know I've seen fence screening like that in other cities, so I didn't know if, like how those cities.
I'm sure they
even
just
deal
We
with
had it on Mercer during construction of the downtown bathrooms.
Which
I mean, it's common to have fence screening.
Which didn't that one
These are
have?
We had
temporary.
logos on
It had logos
downtown
on it,
at
so-
the restrooms. Did they pay a permit fee?
they did not.
But they.
It's temporary.
Yes, that's a construction development
Well, I
sign.
heard him say this was temporary.
It's been there for,
Well, I don't
And
know.
that's,
We're getting in a
that's the-
sticky area.
It is very sticky because
So-
what is temporary?
There's one thing to say this is in fact a temporary cover for something being built, and there is an end date as to when this thing will be there. I'm not hearing anything resembling an end date. I'm hearing in 5 years, we might replace it with exactly the same thing.
I think the
I
difference
mean,
here
but-
is it's a construction yard, it's not a construction site,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
There's a difference.
my initial thought with it was, if we were to move forward with something, was to make it similar to how we treated WIM with their variance for their tent, was to set an end date of, you have to start, submitting something. I think that that's perfectly reasonable.
They had logos on their tent, we would have a different discussion. It was
If
a
we-
white
They
tent.
probably wouldn't have put the tent up in the first place. And that's the thing I think where we differ is, to me, if we're encouraging people to just not do anything at all versus trying to allow the process to, like, I feel like people feel like they can't approach us with it because the process itself is essentially a ban. And to me, this particular business person just happened to do it, not realizing that it was a requirement, and now they're caught in it. And by the way, for the record, I think Keenan should be the one that issued the violation on the bathroom screening, so that we're clear.
I would just like to say for a moment that we do allow construction development signs, and that's a 48 square foot sign, very similar to what Sadie Birch had at the bathroom, and that if this is a construction of a commercial site or some kind of development, then they can still have up to a 48 square foot sign. So we do allow signage. It's just, we've limited it to that amount, and it's for 24 months, but you can get a renewal for it.
Laura, can we approve, is it possible to approve this with a time limit like, could we say, okay, we're gonna approve this, but when that one's rotten and no good, that's the end of it?
So because it's a variance, you can place conditions like that on it. I mean, it's more likely that it would be a time frame rather than when it becomes not in good repair, because we already require the signs to be in good repair. So you could put an end date on it, or a date when they would need to come back and discuss it again.
I think where I differ is we're not discouraging screening, we're discouraging screening with a whole bunch of logos.
I think we generally discourage signage unless it looks pretty, which I think is very subjective. And that is my bigger concern of the overall ordinance. And you know, to me, okay, if the logo was orange, it would offend all the Aggies. If it was, you know, maroon, it would offend all the Longhorns. It's white, and you know, and to me, I mean, if it was black, would we still consider it? You know, if it was like a ghost logo, would we still consider it, you know, a sign? And to me, that's where we start getting so nitpicky within the processes and procedures, and not really thinking of, to me, when it comes to a business, we should allow them to have signs. I think that is perfectly reasonable for them to have signs to advertise their business, and it's figuring out what is the reasonableness and how do we create a process where we allow them to ask for that relief in a way that they can still do the things that they want to do. And you know, while I understand this is a specific issue we're talking about, I do think it goes back to my fundamental concern, which is our ordinance is very inflexible. And so that's what pushes to people to either not do anything at all and never apply in the first place, or we get people caught in the mix like this, and then we have to figure out, well, what is the reasonable thing? And that is, I think, unfair to everyone, which to me, if it's unfair to everyone, points to the ordinance needs to be fixed. We do have to solve for this specific issue tonight, but I still maintain that the ordinance and its inflexibility needs to be addressed.
Agreed, and
I
we're working on
absolutely
the sign
agree.
ordinance. That
Yeah.
is, we will be addressing it in the sign ordinance, absolutely. And for me, it's the repetition. That's the only thing, you know. Go ahead, Trey.
My point is, it doesn't matter if I like it or don't like it. You know, I think it's a pretty sign, but that's not a pretty construction, whatever you want to call it, barrier, whatever, screening. But it doesn't matter if I like it or not. What is our definition of a sign, in my opinion? And what is the maximum square footage that we allow in a sign in our ordinance? And that's, I think it's, for me, I'm trying to keep it that simple, but I know it's more complex than that. But, you know, I think we do need to talk about the ordinance about construction versus something like this. You know, in permanent versus a yard sign versus an actual construction site where, you know, a yard, in my opinion, is, you know, it could last 5 or 10 years. I've got my yard at the house, and I can call it a site, but it's not. It's a permanent yard. You know, so in the future, I think we need to address this. But right now, my biggest thing is, what are the definition of a sign, and what is the maximum square footage that we allow for a sign on that?
I forgot my computer. So maximum square footage is 64 if we're treating this as
square feet?
64, correct, 64 square
Okay.
feet. If we're treating it as a wall sign.
That's it. It's just, you know, I'm trying to keep it simple, and it's not that simple.
No, I agree.
It's not that simple, but, you know, the ordinance as it's written is, or we consider it a sign, then we have to apply the ordinances, the rules we have for a sign, do this until we change the ordinance to change what we need to change.
And everybody is speaking, we're all seeing that what we have here doesn't look bad.
No.
If this were a building that was built, and it got built and we didn't know it, and it had sat there for 6 months, 9 months, and they had spent the money and time, do we make them tear it down normally? No, we allow it. So Was it intentional? I don't think so. So there is an argument to be made to figure out a compromise to the money they invested. And I know for a company such as yours, this is not a make or break deal in the finance world of it. But at the same time, it's an investment. And to get some return out of that, you probably could use those on some of your construction sites where you have and get some use, but
Can you flip half of them the other way?
yeah.
So you flip every other one or something? Can you flip them? Because they are in sections, right? Yes, sir. You said 30 foot, so you can, 30-foot muscle minerals, yeah, more or less. Can you flip it the other way, so, you know?
I hope I don't have to find out, but it sounds like I might.
I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, it doesn't take rocket science just to flip it over.
We may have to alter it or replace it. If it doesn't look good, we ain't gonna do it.
Okay.
To be honest with you. We're not gonna do it, and so this will be a waste of investment.
Want the definition of sign?
If you don't mind.
Okay, straight from the ordinance, a structure, sign, display, light device, figure, painting, drawing, message, plaque, poster, billboard, or other object that is designed, intended, or used that includes text or images designed to communicate. Signs located completely within an enclosed building and not exposed to view from a street shall not be considered a sign. Each display surface of a sign or sign face shall be a sign.
Is there another sign we can't see? Is there another little sign? I thought there was another one.
So there's yes, in the right of way, just off the.
We can't see, right, in the pictures?
Correct. But if I go back, I had it circled.
Yeah, that.
Right there.
Thank you.
We're treating this as a wall sign, essentially. The closest.
So you said how long was it? You said 200, how many feet?
Approximately 260, that was.
How tall is that, 4 foot, that sign?
6.
That's 6 foot?
Oh, how big is the?
They're black construction. Theirs, right there.
I'm sorry? 5'8".
Well, okay, we'll say 5 foot.
5'8", this fence is 60 tall.
Okay.
But the sign itself isn't, I mean, the logo itself isn't that tall. But
Isn't that big?
48 square
That's
feet.
part of the sign, though.
Each logo is 48.
48 square feet.
Yeah, about 1.5.
You're talking the logo as the Texas sign? The Texas?
All of it.
The entire thing is 48?
It's a stretch photo, so it makes it a
Okay.
little bigger than they are.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Or longer, excuse me, but it's 48 square feet.
You have how many of those? I can't count them, do you know?
13 repeating logos.
All right, thank you.
And Shane, when you were talking about the other people who've approached with something similar, you said that some of them did nothing, some of them did black screen, some of them put it up anyway, and then we had to go get them to take it down, right?
Right,
Did
a
I
couple
hear all
put
that?
it up without talking to the city, and we approached them and let them know that they would need permits and variances, and they took it down and just put up black screen. Frost Bank and the YMCA both reached out, Frost Bank put theirs up, and we had them pull it down, explain the process, and they just put up black screening. The YMCA reached out and was inquiring about the process, and after I explained everything to them, they didn't submit a permit, they just put up blue, it was for their tennis courts that face Rob Shelton. They just put up blue screening material. So they wanted to have the YMCA
Were they wanting to do like
branding.
sponsorships or something on those?
No, they just
No.
wanted the YMCA branding on the tennis courts.
were both those temporary? Were they going to be temporary? They wanted to leave them up?
Frost
forever?
Bank would have been temporary.
Right.
It
But
would
like the
basically just
YMCA?
for, I'm sorry?
What about the YMCA?
Theirs would have been They always have
Wind
the blue
screening,
screening
right.
material up where the tennis courts are. But theirs was in disrepair, and they reached out and just asked, if we put logos on, what does this require?
We charging per sign?
275.
Mayor, could I make a motion?
Please, council, does anybody have any other questions or discussions? Travis is working on something.
Diddly. All right, no, I'm good.
Everything else? Nothing? Anybody else have any questions? Or we're looking for a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to treat this as 2 signs with the applicable dues, money due, and for a duration of 2 years. And that gives him 2 years then to come up with something that is in compliance, and that way he can use his investment for 2 years. Treat it as 2 signs. That'd be my motion.
2 years from now or 2 years from when they first went up?
2 years from now.
Okay.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I couldn't hear.
I said aye.
Motion passes.
I will say I voted aye because I appreciate I appreciate the investment you made and not having to look at the construction site. That being said, I don't think you're paying enough, but, so.
So to confirm, he needs to pay for, he's paid for one sign, he needs to pay for one other sign? And he's granted the variance for 2 years? Okay, I just want to make sure that we got it right.
And I think Councilmember King's intent is the right-of-way sign is one sign and the fence is the other, is for purposes of the fee.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
When you say the right-of-way sign, you mean the one that's not compliant right now? Or what?
Laura, that was D and E both. That was item D and E at that point, right?
Right.
Just to make sure we're all on
Yeah,
the same
I got it.
page.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item 9, discuss and consider approval of an ordinance repealing and replacing Appendix A, Article A100, General Provisions of the Dripping Springs Code of Ordinance, amending fees and updating fee schedule. Who's taking this one?
So we have a variety of people who are helping with this one. Can I see the first slide? Because I can't remember who we have going first. Who's doing that? Who's in charge of that? So we've been working on this for quite some time. Some of the major changes, just to give you guys a quick overview until Shane can get back, is that we're updating the building fees. There was an extensive amount of research and work done on that. Updating the fire fees based on the request of the, actually, let's do fire first since they're here. Can I have the clicker, please? And then Parks has a couple, Planning has a couple, and so but theirs are very short, and DSRP has a couple. But let's start with fire since they're here. And which of you is presenting?
Shane. Don't be bashful, come on up.
And to be clear, we're not adopting or looking at adopting the fire code amendments at this time, but they have some information, and we're hoping to bring those soon with the building code of updates.
Mayor, Council, North Days County Fire Rescue, and the Fire Chief.
Dylan Polk, North Days County Fire Marshal.
Time allowing us to talk a little bit about this. As the city attorney said, background. So the first set of fees came about with our partnership on your fire code and our fire inspectors performing the work. Started in 2014, and we have not updated fees or.
We're recording. If you'd get a little closer to the microphone, just to make sure. Thank you.
So we haven't updated those fees since 2014. We're 11 years almost 11 years post inception, and this is not something we take lightly. There's a lot of research that Dylan and his team have put in with city staff on how to appropriately adjust the fees to today. And these would carry us into, as the city attorney alluded to, a proposed possibility of a new fire code that would be an updated version of the, what do we have, 2018? Yes, sir. So we're quite a few years behind on that as well. So these would tie together pretty seamlessly. The fee schedule itself is designed to assist city staff and our personnel with a much more efficient and clear way to address fees for business or for buildings and building permitting, inspections, and the things that go along with that. Basically, in a nutshell, what we have is outdated, and what we are proposing creates efficiencies with everybody that works on these every day. So that's our goal. And I'll let Dylan add anything that he would like. This is his thing. He does it every day. He lives it, works with the city in partnership, and trying to come up with a good product.
Yeah, so basically, like Chief alluded to, we're trying to streamline a process on our first 13 fees. Sometimes it's difficult for people to, you get a large set of plans, and then city staff has to go figure out how many heads are in this, how many sprinkler heads, because that's how we're billing it. And it takes a lot of time and everything, so we're proposing to switch to the matrix base so that it would go off of cost and they would not have to expend that effort on the devices, the site plans, the shells, all that stuff that requires a lot of them to go in and look at the plans before we see, and then us going back and forth with how everyone assesses that. So trying to streamline that as well. So this would be the ones, these are all the 13 that would switch to the matrix base schedule, which is next here. This is used up in the Metroplex by Flower Mound and other departments of similar size to our area. These are on the outskirts. This is not Dallas or Fort Worth, but used on the outskirts of a large metropolitan area. So we based on total project evaluation, like we said, kind of reduce the errors and help out with the permitting needs of permit techs to save time. The fee-based schedule is used by several fire departments like I talked about up in the Metroplex area and the North Texas COG. These are our current fees as they exist now. This is what was put in 2014. And we have proposed to, let me get to the new ones. These proposals, and this is to tie in to the current fees that we're seeing out there that we're doing now. We're kind of having to adjust on some of like our annuals and stuff. We don't have an annual inspection fee. The only thing that we had in the past was an original and then a certification of compliance. So what we're seeing is when we're out here in the businesses that we're trying to get a reinspection, we don't have a way of doing that to break it out into different reinspections per the annuals. Inspection cancellation, that's to try to recoup some of our time because we have, people don't call or no show. TCO condition inspection is just exactly as it says. A big one is the electric vehicles because that's something that's coming up and becoming a hazard to us. So the 2024 fire code, y'all will see some amendments coming up whenever we present that as to try to make that a safer for us and the public of how we mitigate those, and these fees would come into play on reviewing those plans.
Real quick, Dylan.
Sure.
So with the new legislation in regards to the inspections having to happen at schools.
Yes, sir.
My guess is that you all are providing that service out of the kindness of your hearts with Dripping Springs ISD.
Yes, sir.
My question is if we have private schools, daycares that kind of roughly meet the definition, how are you all approaching those in the fee schedule, if at all?
Daycares, we just do, it's 60 or 120 by, if it's 25 or more, or greater than 25. It's less than 25 or greater than 25. Less is 60, greater is 120. And those, because they're for-profit, the school is obviously state-funded, so, you know, we're state-funded as well, so we provide that service to them. If I misspeak, Chief, let me know.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, I agree with you, and so I just want to make sure that that was being captured somewhere.
Yes, sir. It is captured by total amounts of inspections done and fees as well. These are just more proposed high pile storage. That's becoming a big thing. If y'all have been around our area with a lot of the warehouses that are going in, they permit them as just a shell building, and then all of a sudden we have a business that moves in and puts high pile storage racks, and then not having a way to come back and capture that for a review. So that's becoming a big thing. Access control, that's with like the schools, all the new lockdown procedures and all that kind of stuff. That's an additional set of plans that we review now, that before it was just a maglock system. Now they have a much more sophisticated access control system. The new remodel, it just ups it from 20 to 30 heads. Static water tanks, those are like in our areas that don't have the potable water, don't have the municipal water supply yet to them. They're still allowed to do that. We just didn't have a way of capturing that. The false alarms 3 times in 30 days, that was a big one because we're making runs to several of our large multifamily complexes a lot. And that pulls resources out from being able to respond to an actual emergency whenever it's them neglecting to fix their fire alarm system in a timely manner. So that would be to try to recoup some of the costs that is causing us to, you know, if we show up more than 3 times in 30 days, to hopefully to help curb that for them to get their stuff fixed, you know, more quick. Mobile food vendor, that's just an update to be able to capture that. Emergency radio responders, the same thing. All the schools, you know, they put in emergency coverage for us, and it's required on any business that when we do a study on the radios that we can't get coverage, they show up and they'll do a test, and then if they're required to have it, then it would fall under that. Working without a permit goes without saying. I mean, that's caught sometimes. We don't have a whole lot of that for us, but I know it happens. The unauthorized burning is like when we show up to someone, so now we have a burn ban in effect. If we were to show up, you know, we've had people that burn time and time and time again. Sometimes we have a neighborhood feud over here off of Timberline or somewhere like this that they continue to burn, and we ask them, hey, please stop, please stop. We don't have a way of enforcing that, so that would be that. After hours inspections, as we're growing, that's becoming a request. So if we have the staffing and the availability, that would capture that. And this would go into this, it would not be this month, this would be next month's on the fire code. Have any questions for me?
I don't know if this is a question for you or Chief, and it's been a while, but remind me, what does it actually cost you all to deploy, let's say, 1 engine and a brush? What is your actual cost on that?
How long was the period?
2 hours.
Oh, if we put 2 people on there, our cost is overtime, so our average overtime costs about $80 an hour. So 160 for that, and then the fire truck on the ground depends on how many miles it rolls, but say an average of $100 or so to put a truck on the road. So we're just trying to recover.
Yeah, what I was getting at, so it sounds like we're kind of close, is, I don't know, to me, burning during a burn ban, like that is not only dangerous, but extremely careless, especially in terms of the damage. And so I wanted to understand, 1, are we at least covering the cost? And then 2, would there be any benefit to us bumping it up even more as sort of a disincentive of don't do it? given the fact that, you know, so many of the ones that we have had here have been this exact kind of situation.
We utilize that situation, Councilman, to try to educate people a lot of times, but you are correct. There are a lot of repetition in certain addresses.
Would there be a benefit to maybe leaving the fee as presented for first time, but maybe adding a provision in there that if it's the second time you're called out within a calendar year, that the fee doubles?
Be inclined to say, yes, sir.
You don't have a mobilization fee? Sir? You don't have a mobilization fee? I was being a smart ass on that. Okay, just for you heads up, you take the humor in that. But I agree with Jeffrey that, you know, the value of that is you have to mobilize, you have to get guys out there. I think your price is pretty cheap, like Jeffrey was saying, or Councilman Chihuahua was saying. And the second time, because I wouldn't even step out of the house with two guys for $160 plus 100, you're making $420, much less if somebody really did have an emergency and was it taken away. And I don't think you consider that cost as the actual, if somebody that was in dire need of y'all, the cost of a human life or something like that for a burn ban. So I think it needs to be, you know, definitely higher to make people realize that this isn't, you know, what you really have into it, in my opinion, to the community.
Yes, sir.
These, and forgive me if this is a dumb question, do these fees apply in the city limits only?
They apply city limits, limited purpose annex, and any development agreement that we're part of.
What was the third part?
The development agreements, if they have the fire code written in.
So like the Headwaters commercial that we just approved?
Waters,
that would be.
Belterra, city limits, just those areas. They don't apply in the ETJ or areas outside of.
Would Anarene be one, Laura? Anarene?
I'd have to go back and look at the development agreement. I do believe we are doing building permits, which makes me think that it's likely that we're also doing fire.
Yeah. So anywhere where we are doing building permits through development agreement would be.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
There are some nuances, but that's pretty accurate.
And then, of course,
For
city
the
limits.
residential side, even on the commercial side, on the 10,000 square foot building, what does that add to the inspection fee from, I know we're 10 years, 11 years out right now, but how much difference is that going to be? Just a ballpark number. I know every building's different, but.
It wasn't a substantial increase. I mean, it was enough to basically cover about 4 hours of plan review, and then 2 inspectors for roughly 2 hours.
And a ballpark.
It's doubled since 2014, triple.
It's triple. I mean,
triple.
triples. I mean, since 2014, yeah, we were at $60 for one of our inspections.
Okay.
In several places.
So it's
I
going to be
mean,
a couple $100. I mean.
Yes, sir. And then other fees, I mean, though obviously the larger the project it is, the more
Sure.
fees it is, but obviously we have a lot more time reviewing and inspecting. I'll just give you an example. So roughly for Brittany and I to go out and do an inspection, truck wear tear, chief, to cover our cost is $135 an hour for us two to be out there. Our inspection on one of our buildings, we were at $360. So we were out there about 5 times, so we were well under, we provided a service basically for that job.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And I'm sorry, I thought that was easier to follow than what was in our packet. The way you presented it was way more clear than what's in front of me, so I'm kind of translating
I'm sorry.
what you said. No, it was super helpful. But it's, just to make sure I'm following, what I understand you're doing is changing how you review applications to simplify that?
So
How
our first 13 fees that take up the most time that we review them most are going from, yes ma'am, that would be changing from just a straight base fee to the matrix-based fee.
Based on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Because otherwise, staff is, they get a set of plans that's several hundred pages, and they're not plan reviewers. They're not used to looking at and try to find how many sprinkler heads are in this plan as of right now. So if I was to hand you a school that had 2,000 heads in it, you, depending on how the developer submits it or the architect or engineer, you might be flipping through 30, 40 sheets of plan just to be tallying up how many heads you're supposed to charge them for.
Okay, but some of these are specific instance fees.
Yes, ma'am. Those
Like
would
if
be
a
the-
fire, false alarm 3
Yes,
times
ma'am.
in 30
Yes,
days. If
ma'am.
a
Those
resident.
do not matrix base because they're specifically to that type of assignment. Because they don't have, most times they're they're not a commercial project. They're, we're not doing a plan review on stuff like that. Most times this is just a single time occurrence for most of these fees. Radio, the recovery, that's a single fee. Hang on, let me go to my sheet here.
Any other questions?
I have one more question for them. So going back to the unauthorized burning, at what point do you all take them to municipal court?
So,
because that's city limits.
So
are-
inside city limits, we got obviously the two options. We have our municipal court that we could go down that route. It gets a little more, I have to get with Laura on how many in notice of violations they have to have. I mean, for our request would be, most times we'll get with either like the constable's office and run it through JP court, or we'll get with the fire marshal's office out of Hayes County, which I can write under their tickets as well. And we would take it to JP court because it's immediate. A lot of times if we're having to do notice of violations, it really doesn't do good at that time. I can give you a notice of violation for burning illegally, but I have to give 3 if I'm not mistaken. And so by that time, you've done it 3 more times, as to where if we run it straight through JP court, it's an immediate, John comes out, writes him a citation, and it's, done. So maybe updating that process would be wonderful. I don't know how that has to work.
So the thing I'm contemplating for the unauthorized burning is amending this to be $500 for the first offense and make that a 2-hour minimum. So if you're out there for 45 minutes, it's still $500. And then for a second violation, and then, 90 plus 180 for any hour over the initial 2 hours. And then for the second offense in a calendar year, the fee doubles. And then third offense, the fee triples within a calendar year.
I think it'd be great.
And my expectation, and this is the thing I was asking Laura, and it seems like we are aligned, and so I would say just keep doing that, which is my expectation is that if you have to go out there a 4th time, or if you have to go out there a 3rd time, like my expectation would be is that we are taking them to some kind of court, because at that point it's becoming negligible what they're doing.
So you're talking about fees if they go out,
So-
not
so-
just if we see someone
No,
burning.
So this thing I'm specifically suggesting is under the new fees on page 326 of our packet. There's specifically one that talks about basically unauthorized burning during a burn ban. And their proposal is $90 plus $108 an hour for every fire engine that they have, and then that would be basically like a 2-hour minimum. And I'm suggesting that, to me, if it's unauthorized burning, like that, it is kind of a big deal given how dry everything is, and so we need to make it a little bit more of a disincentive, and I would equate it to you're speeding 30 miles over the speed limit, and so you're gonna get a ticket, and it's gonna hurt a little bit. And so I think it'd be fair to make that 500 and then do their 90 plus 180 for the first offense, and then basically double, triple the same way that we kind of handle when people are doing unauthorized, work on a building permit or the re-inspections where we do have the escalation. And I think if you set it within a calendar year, hopefully the person gets the idea.
So just to clarify, is unauthorized unauthorized burning only when there's a burn ban?
No, ma'am, so it would follow the state law as to what's defined as unauthorized burning. So illegal materials being construction debris, anything that's against the water and health code. I mean, you have.
Tires.
Curious, because I know
TC.
when I read on y'all's
health and
page,
safety.
you know, when to burn,
Right.
there's wind speeds. So let's say,
You're greater than 22 miles an hour or less than 5. You can't burn.
I thought it was less than 9, but that would still be unauthorized burning.
Yes, ma'am. So I think you would have to apply, and that's I think we can make a separate one for unauthorized burning during a burn ban and make that one a more substantial charge.
That's what I'm thinking, because.
But then keep this
you know,
one as, that's why I went with the figures we have here, just because sometimes, like you brought up, we're not doing it during a burn ban. You know, they did it to get rid of household trash, but by state law, if there is a trash service provided, they cannot burn household trash.
Sure, I get that.
So, that kind of stuff.
So I still think, I hear what you're saying, and I like the idea of separating out of during a burn ban versus not a burn ban. I think I would still do a escalation on not during a burn ban, of at least doubling what that
initial
fee is. And then my scale, make that for burning during a burn ban.
Sure.
That comfortable? Okay.
So just one point to that, when you're talking about illegal materials, if you're building something and you don't want to pay for a dumpster, well, you just roll the dice and you burn, and it's going to cost you less if you get fined for that versus renting a dumpster and do it properly. So I appreciate you addressing that. Thank you.
I want to make it as easy as possible for people to do the right thing.
Any other questions? Thank y'all both.
So that we're going, if it's okay with council, we're going to have planning and parks go, so because this is all they have, and then we'll go back to Shane.
Good, thank you.
Feeding him over here to the side.
Well, I'll keep it short. The planning fees, for the most part, have been working well for us. But over the past year, we realized that there's a few fees that are missing. So the first are licenses to encroach. It's not listed on the fee schedule, so we can't charge fees for it, but it does take a relatively significant amount of staff time, including coordination with other departments, as well as the city attorney, and a lot of back and forth between the applicants. So we looked at similar application fees and found that $250 was a reasonable amount to kind of help recoup some of that staff time to work to get those agreements finalized and put those on an agenda. So just as a reminder, licenses to encroach, or anytime that a private party are using public property or public right-of-way for their use. So an example of that is the Short Mamas parking, which encroached into the city's right-of-way. And then there were also drip fields related to the Big Sky wastewater treatment plant within city parkland. So just to give a few examples that we've seen recently. The other is a tree removal waiver fee. So these are waivers that, it's a process that was adopted with our landscape ordinance. And this is primarily used anytime someone's requesting removal of a heritage tree, but can just also be used as a general waiver fee. We didn't want to discourage folks from applying and going through that process. So we added what's essentially the lowest end of the planning department fees, which is $100, again, to recoup staff's time for coordination and I guess ultimate decision-making on that. So that's really all I've got for this group. Do you have any questions related to these planning fees?
The tree removal fee?
Yes.
Is that per tree, per lot?
That's per request. And it's could be one request includes 6 different trees, but we can lump it together as one request, one presentation to the Development Review Committee.
And the license to encroach fee, I wouldn't have necessarily thought about this, but you mentioned like short mamas. In those areas where we know these weird issues exist because of how long ago things were done, something about charging fees to resolve those doesn't feel right. Which is not constructive in terms, like, I don't know what I'm asking. But
Right, and
I wonder if there are areas where we shouldn't apply those fees, or we should apply lower fees.
And there are certain fee waivers within the historic district. I'm
Yeah,
not
so I
sure.
think in
But
the
I'm
historic
wondering.
district, they wouldn't have to pay it.
No, it's 20% off on building permit fees.
Okay, well, this is a planning fee.
Sorry.
But we could make that clear
Well,
that
you have to specify. It's
in
very
the historic
specific.
district, that they don't have to pay
Yeah.
the license to encroach
It's real
fee.
specific in the, what we allow. It says real specifically, like waiver of site development permit application fee, waiver of food establishment permit application fee. It's very, very specific. But we could add these easily.
So if it doesn't apply, like in the historic districts, where would we expect to see that
So
happening?
the other example I gave was the Big Sky drip field irrigation within city parkland. That was an example of that. We got the benefit of being able to irrigate, city parkland essentially for free. And the developer got the benefit of being able to use that area for the drip fields that they needed. So that's another example of it. Another one I can think of is there was a resident who wanted to make parking improvements within the right-of-way.
Remember that, yeah, yeah.
So it's rare that it's sort of odd circumstances that are requiring them to do that, right? So it's usually in a situation where we're generally okay with it as long as there's at least some benefit to the city, or there may be a monetary contribution or something like that, so.
Would you have a concern about exempting the historic districts from
I
that?
wouldn't, particularly since we haven't had a fee so far. And I'll say it's a relatively rare process. I think we've probably done 4 since I've been here in the 4 years I've been here, so.
In the historic districts
Just
or across the board?
In general. And city council acts on each one of those, so that may be why this process isn't ringing a bell too much, because it is relatively rare.
What do y'all think about historic districts and that fee? And I only ask that because I know we had all the issues with Old Fitzhugh trying to figure, and I would hate to add a layer of expense for those areas where we're actively
We're trying to help them.
make
Yeah.
improvements.
No, I agree. We should waive historic district.
Anybody have a problem with that?
It's not enough, yeah.
Okay.
It's
I
not
mean,
going to
it's
take that
small,
much
but,
staff time.
okay.
I'm hearing that as direction from council to add,
Historic
to
district out of
exempt historic district properties from the $250 license to encroach fee. Any other questions?
Good.
Great, thank you.
That does feel a little weird for me to have said, given that I live in one of them, but I'm really thinking about Old Fitzhugh, because we know, and Mercer, we know those issues.
No, it's a good thought.
Jason? Got a power cord?
For the surface?
About to go dead.
Yeah, mine's showing low percentage too, because we used them before this meeting, yeah. Okay.
These are the fees that'll be related to Dripping Springs Ranch Park fees that because we're building our new outdoor arena, we have renamed the original arena the Homestead Arena. We've left those fees the same. We've just renamed the outdoor arena that is under construction right now. We'll have these fees created. We want to go ahead and have those out just in case anybody's doing early bookings with us, so that we already have money tied to renting the new arena. And then the third is we had a dressage arena, which is kind of like a PVC rectangle that for dressage horse shows we have to put out inside of our arena. And we had that donated to us, so now we're putting a fee on that to be able to rent it out to dressage shows. And that's all we have for DSRP.
How close are we to an outdoor arena?
The dirt just started moving this week. So they've put up all of the pre-construction silt fencing and everything, and so they'll start moving the dirt. So I'm hoping 6 to 9 weeks.
I'm going to cover Charlie's area here, the farmer's market. Elimination of the yearly membership fee offset by a $2 booth fee increase across the board for all 4 categories. The application fee increased from $30 to $40. The purpose of these changes is to streamline the process for vendors and staff, so they are only paying for the 1 application fee and 2 the booth fee and not a yearly membership fee. And then in Parks Community Services, creating 1 category for business and organizations, eliminating basically the within and outside city limit options, creates consistency and simplification throughout the PCS fees. Changing additional lifeguards for rentals with over 50 people from 1 lifeguard per 25 to 1 lifeguard per 50. Whether there are additional 25 or 50 people, the need for lifeguards remains at 4 for our pool, our size. Anything over 100 people, that the pool would require additional lifeguards, that would be at the aquatic manager's discretion. Adding the following fee options for the pavilion rentals: electricity at a flat $10 per rental, pavilion lawn area at $15 per resident and $25 per non-resident, and that is the area right here that's in between the pavilion and the pool. We find that if you're going to have a bounce house, you're going to need a place to put it. We also find that large pavilion rentals kind of expand out with tables and chairs and tents and whatnot. So, and then in the commercial activity in a park fee from $30 a day to $50 for 90 days for residents and $75 per 90 days for non-residents. This is going to improve the efficiency enforcement, make that easier. Applicants would still need to reserve a facility within the park for their activity. Changing the itinerant vendor license application fee from $30 per day to $50 per 90 days for residents, $75 per 90 days for non-residents. Again, improves efficiency and enforcement and aligns with what surrounding cities are doing. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Okay.
We have buildings still.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Shane Peavy-House, building official. I wish mine were as easy as everybody else's, but I'm tackling multiple things at one time, so I've got a few things to get through. I've got a few pages of notes for slides, but I'll try and keep it as brief as possible for the sake of time. Please stop me at any point if you have questions on what's up on the slides. So bottom line up front, we haven't adjusted fees since 2020 for residential and since 2009 for commercial. Since 2022, since I became the building official, we've increased the number of vehicles that we've got. We've increased the number of staff. We've almost tripled. We've added 6 code enforcement officers, 3 certified building officials, one of which is a combination residential inspector, with 4 certified permit technicians, 2 certified pool operators, and an environmental health inspector. So all of those personnel come with not only the salary and compensation package, but they also require training to maintain certifications. So initially, I looked at this as what are surrounding cities charging versus what we are. I went down a rabbit hole, and after meeting with the Mayor and Pro Tem and Councilmember Talala, we kind of took a step back and attacked this from a different angle. So I didn't want to lose all the data on the cities. Of the surrounding cities currently, we're just under 24% lower than all of the other cities. And this is based on an average. So when I did this fee study last August, I went to 4 surrounding cities and basically looked at what it would cost to build 2,000, 3,000, or 4,000 square foot house in those cities. Everybody's fee schedule is different, and everybody's approach to how they determine fees is different. And things are changing. You know, the data that I pulled was in August of '24. They updated their fee schedules that October. We're getting ready to roll again to another update. So the information's dated, but still relevant. So the objective is to propose fee increases to fully fund the building department. And simultaneously, while doing that, I'm also trying to make it easier, not only for customers, but also for the permit technicians. And I'll get to that in the slides. So after meeting with Mayor and Pro Tem and Councilmember Tawawa, we were given direction to go back and look at all of the indirect costs that go into maintaining the building department. So you see those there, the admin time, supporting staff time, fleet, facility training, equipment cost. You know, these things, this may be the first time that this was done for building department operational budget, to figure out what it actually costs to run the department. Finance provided all of the information. Everything was provided to y'all on the spreadsheets that you should have received in your packets. They're not a part of this presentation, but I do have them on my computer if there's anything specific that y'all want to drill down into. So the observed trends from the cities that I went out and visited. So the majority of people are using fees based on a percentage of, fees based on square footage. And everybody's definition of square footage is different. Some include driveways and sidewalks as a square footage. Some include covered porches. Some include garages. Us, we include covered porches and garages as living space. Everybody is moving away from that, and rather than, like, you come to the city of Dripping Springs, we're immediately going to charge you $942, and then we're going to charge you a percentage, a fee based on the square footage of your project. And that fee increases and decreases. So for a small home, say a 1,500 square foot home, they're going to pay that initial $942. And the same thing is going to occur for a 15,000 square foot home. They're going to pay that initial $942, and then they're going to pay an additional fee based on the square footage. The base fee model is basically what I just explained. You have a base fee plus all of your additional. And depending on what city you're in, you may have 2 additional fees, you may have 11 additional fees, because everybody does it differently. For the most part, plan review fees are being incorporated into flat fees. Last year when I did this, and the same with the city of Dripping Springs, you pay a permit fee, and then you pay a plan review fee. And if you're commercial, then you're also going to pay a separate fee for the fire plan review. Almost everybody has moved to charging technology fees, and that it could be $5, it could be $12, depends on what city you're in, and that's per permit. Certificate of occupancy fees, we do not charge for COs. Now that's different from a person who comes and gets a certificate of occupancy permit. I'm talking specifically for new construction. Some cities do charge an additional $250 for a CO. And we currently do not charge for modifying plans or additional plan reviews, but a lot of the cities are moving to that. So based on the observations from all of the other cities, I've got a couple of proposals. One is that we have one permit fee that instead of having somebody come in and pay $942, and then we have a formula that tells them what the permit fee is, and then we also price stack with a plan review fee, a driveway fee, a technology fee, all of these other fees. I want to eliminate that. So it's you as a customer come to the city, you know, based on your conditioned square footage, you're going to pay a set price for new residential. So the impact of doing that, again, for customers, easier for forecasting. It reduces admin time for permit technicians. You know, they're not plan reviewers. They're not going to verify that the numbers that the applicant is uploading are accurate. And during the course of my deep dive into the data, I had errors in reporting on the customer side that were 900 square feet smaller than what the house actually was, and 1,500 square feet more than what the house actually was. So even on the customer side, determining the square footage is difficult for them. By going to one number, we're going to decrease customer wait times because the permit techs are going to be able to calculate those permit fees much faster. They're not going to have to go through the plans and search for that information. And then lastly, it's easier to amend annually as a percentage. So these are our direct and indirect costs. I'll just make note on the direct cost. Those numbers there vary widely because, yes, sir.
Question, I didn't mean to interrupt. The square footage you're talking about, are you talking about the entire house or the square footage of the foundation?
So
you have 2-story, 3-story versus the foundation. What do you?
So it's living space.
So the entire.
So the entire thing.
Okay, thank you.
But there are cities that do just foundation, and if it's a 2-story house.
Still inspected the second floor.
Of course.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just.
You're
okay.
losing out on that,
All right, that's
that
fine.
revenue.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. The wide swings there on cost for admin time. Some permits are super easy. They go in and out of the office in a week. A standalone trade requires very little administrative time. A commercial project where they're coming back with, you know, multiple plan changes, that varies. Same thing with plan reviews and field inspections. So indirect costs, these numbers are directly from finance. Again, that spreadsheet was included in your packet, and these are just the breakdown to monthly costs. So this is where we get into the meat of the data. So our costs for third party from May of 24 to May of 25, we paid them out just over 1.1 million, and that is for all of the inspections that they conduct and all of the plan reviews that they conduct. So salary and compensation, 735, supporting staff. So this is the, again, number provided by finance, and the formula for that was basically a person's salary divided by the number of employees in the city times my 10 employees at the building department, trying to keep it as simple as possible. The vehicles here, this is not only new acquisition, fuel, preventive, corrective maintenance, and equipment that gets put on the vehicles. And then lastly here, permit fees collected. So again, this is based on our current methodology, where it's reported living area, covered porches, garages, driveways. We don't charge for driveways. We don't inspect driveways unless they're more than 4 feet. We don't inspect flat work. If they're more than 4 feet, then they have to be engineered, and we've got to have a set of plans to look at in order to see those. Cortaro is a great example of where you have driveways that are taller than 4 feet. Most of the time, you do not see that. So bottom number here, you can see we were negative $862,000 during that May to May timeframe. I do want to point out that this does not include reinspection fees. The reason I left reinspection fees out is because if I'm trying to set permit fees based on past permits, reinspection fees they're an unknown. We've decreased the amount of re-inspections by probably 20% over the last 18 months. It's gotten better, but we're still doing a significant amount of re-inspections. And I've got two more slides. I'll get into the details on re-inspections.
ROW fees? ROW right-of-way fees?
Not building.
Building doesn't do that? They don't inspect the trucks?
We're looking at
Yeah,
that.
that's Public Works.
Public maintenance.
Public Works, okay, so it's not part of the building?
Correct.
Garrett does those.
I just didn't know if y'all incorporated that in your department or not. It's not, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so getting back to one of the changes that I want to implement, rather than asking the customer to identify all of these spaces on their plans, we just want to use condition space. Condition space is a fixed number that's going to be determined by the HVAC contractor, and that number gets fed into the res check, which is it's an energy report. So it's a hard number to manipulate. It's an easy number to find on the plans, on the res check, when the manual J, when they finish with the project, they have a blower door and a duct blast inspection. Again, that number gets repeated. There's 4 different places where we can verify condition space. It's an easy number to verify, hard to manipulate. What I was getting at earlier, the random checks, the reporting, again, 900 over, 1,500, yes, over and under. And that's on 501 permits on the residential side from May 24 to May 25. And it's an average. I saw numbers that were much higher than 1,500, a driftwood house, 6,000 square feet difference. So it gets significant. And the tighter we can get on that number, the better we can guarantee that we're not overcharging, we're not undercharging.
And that would apply regardless of the number of structures? So like if you have a separate little dwelling unit or a
That'd be its own
detached
permit.
something, it would be its own, so it's not the entirety, it's the structure that you're
Right.
looking at. Okay.
Right.
Garage?
I'm sorry?
Detached garage?
So detached garage, I'll get to it in just a minute. I believe that would be at 50 cents a square foot, but you're going to pay for inspections. And the reason I broke that out different is, that's a great example. Detached garage, may not have air conditioning. It probably doesn't have plumbing, because if it's got plumbing, we're probably gonna flag it as an ADU. So just in order to be fair to everybody who has those different accessory buildings, we're going 50 cents a square foot, and then you pay for your inspections. So if you do have mechanical, then you're gonna get a couple more inspection fees added so that we cover those costs. So just using conditioned space to determine the permit fees, again, looking at the May to May window, with the other changes to the fee schedule, $1.20 per square foot covers, funds the department. If we use the existing methodology on how we determine fees, that number drops to 90 cents a square foot. And again, the difference over 501 permits during that window was almost 1,000 square feet. So if we're using covered porches and garages, that number is going to be larger, so we can drop the dollar per square foot, if that makes sense. So the compounding reinspection fee, so getting back to reinspections. So when this was originally presented to council, my intent was to try and deter reinspections. I wanted there to be a financial penalty if the builder was calling multiple reinspections without having checked the property. It has not had that effect. You can see here 58%. So of the just over 4,600 re-inspections, 58% of them had the compounding applied to them. And you can see there the largest single re-inspection fee, this was on a model in Headwaters for their building final. They had called 6 times. They called the building final 6 times, and they had the same item, multiple items, failing repeatedly. So, again, that fix didn't have the intended effect. And so for me, in order to make it easier to incorporate reinspection fees into my calculus as I'm looking forward to what permit fees should be, I would rather get rid of the compounding and just stick with a flat fee, because the flat fee is more predictable than the compounding. You can see there we had a $6,400 reinspection fee for a building final on the commercial side. And so that's really hard to anticipate. And so it makes it difficult for me to set fees. All right, so this slide here, this is, again, this is back to a comparison with Buda, Kyle, New Braunfels, and San Marcos. So the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 number you see at the top, that is based on how they build that formula. So covered porches, garages, some have driveways, some have sidewalks. So this is not an apples to apples comparison, because my numbers are based just off of conditioned space. So you can see, 2/3 of the way down, proposed fees versus current fees. And just as a reminder, we haven't had a fee increase in almost 7 years, and we've tripled our department staff. It is a drastic number, but we're tackling a couple of different things here simultaneously. All right, so had the Proposed fees been in place from May of '24 to May of '25. You can see there the bottom, permit fees collected. It's just over an $800,000 difference. And when all's said and done, puts us up a little over $7,000, where previously it was negative $800,000 and some change. Before I get into the charts, are there any questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
You know, I understand why we're doing this so we don't lose money, but the builders are going to argue about affordability because they're going to say this is going to raise the prices of their homes to compensate for this. So I just think we need to take that into consideration, that they're going to say that all these fees are going to be put off to the buyer of the house, and affordability is an issue that we always discuss about here, is what's affordable out here. And I understand that we have to make decisions. We're not going to lose money as a city, but I'm just letting you be aware that they're going to say that this is going to affect affordability of houses out here. That's it. Hear it all the time. They were saying raising our permit fees to cover our costs. I get it. But this is a fight that we have all the time up here, is with the builders and the developers arguing about affordability.
Yeah, and I think we recognize that. I think the Mayor Pro Tem and I, as we went through some of these conversations, that was some of the things that we push back on in our discussion with staff. And I think part of us justifying the increase is this is the reality of what it costs us to provide the service. And the thing I've always heard from developers and builders is, hey, we'll pay just, almost about everything as long as your process is efficient and predictable. And I think we have done a really good job of, and we heard about that a couple of meetings ago, about how we have made these changes to make our process better. And I think this is just matching it up to where we can continue to provide that same level of service.
And I'm not arguing. I'm just throwing that out there, that I don't think we should lose money to do this by any means, but when they come back to us complaining about affordability, that we have to justify why we did improve to them. That's all I'm saying. Is I think it's needed. I don't think we're here to lose money by any means, but there's it might be more streamlined. It's still going to cost them more money at the end of it, and they're still going to have to push that off one way or the other, just like we're pushing our cost off to them. And it's just a comment. I'm not debating it. I'm just saying that's just something we have to be aware of, that we're going to get some pushback back.
The builders are going to agree that this is streamlined, this is easy. Yeah, we can do it because they're not paying the fee. I mean, it's that simple. Yeah, they're going to agree with it. They're not paying it. So they're going to absolutely. What are we doing to the citizens who can't afford to live here now? We're increasing it. What our ad valorem tax pays for part of operation of this city and of your salary. Right now, it's paying a lot of y'all's department's salary. And so are we going to lower the ad valorem tax to try to, we don't need it as much if we're raising these fees. What are we going to do to compensate for that, to make it affordable? But we don't need to interrupt your spiel right now. We need to hear it all.
Yes, sir.
No.
It's good.
It's a good point.
Okay, so if there are any questions I've got lots of notes on this section. So it's going to go residential, commercial, and then we have all the sign stuff. So as proposed, $1.20 per square foot, mobile modular. So we don't see very many of those. I think I've done 3, and we have 1 pending right now. To go to 50 cents per square foot, for the average of those 3 that we previously permitted, it would have raised their price from $4.50 to $5.25 based on square footage. Again, construction trailer, addition, alteration, this is what Councilmember Crow was asking about. 50 cents a square foot, and I'm sorry. It says $1.20. It should be 50 cents a square foot. Yeah. But you'll see plus inspections for the scope of work. And that gives us the flexibility when somebody comes in and has a shed in their backyard that has no electricity, is dry, and is not conditioned. They're not paying the $1.20 per square foot, which is supposed to include those additional features.
Which one should change?
The accessory building, right, because your additional dwelling unit is going to have those, it's basically a small house, right? And then addition, alteration, remodel, that's just on the scope of the project. It's not for the entire footprint of the house. It's just for the scope of the project. And again, it includes the inspections for the scope of work. Moving down, standalone trades. So standalone trades is, we're not covering all of our expenses there. 'Cause typically you have minimum of 2 inspections. So right now at 120, that doesn't give us any wiggle room for a plan review and 2 inspections. So this is an incremental change to try and recover some of the costs associated with the standalones. Inspection fee for inspections not covered by residential permit fee. This is just so we have our fee captured. So in case there are instances where we need to go back and add, inspections for the scope of work, it's clear as day. It's right here, $100. The after-hours inspection and remote virtual. Remote virtual came out of COVID, and there's actually technology now that with our current permitting software allows a builder to call an inspector, the entire thing to be recorded and attached to the permit. So just looking to the future, we've had people ask about after-hours inspections. So rather than say we can't because we don't have it in the fee schedule, I've got it there. If people ask for it in the future, then we've got a couple of options. The remote virtual inspection, the builders like it because they can fail in the morning, fix the deficiencies, and then go in and schedule that remote virtual or that after hours for the evening. They're willing to pay that additional fee in order to maintain their schedule. The reinspection fee, again, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, just a flat fee of $150. Expired permit renewal, we don't actually have this for residential right now. So when we have an active permit expire, it requires us to go out in the field. We've got to go verify site conditions, and then we've got to conduct another plan review to make sure that we haven't had any code changes. There's no way for us to capture that right now. So that will cover the plan review plus the site inspections.
Can you give an example of a permit that would expire?
It's infrequent, but it does happen. We've had, there's probably been 6 in Bunker Ranch in the last 2 years where the builder goes bankrupt and, they may have been at foundation stage. They may have been at the frame stage, but the house sits. Mid-century is a perfect example of those. We had 19 of those across the jurisdiction. Some of them sat for 2 years, and we had to go out and inspect the sheathing because of the water damage. So I feel like it's an easily justifiable fee, just so that we're covering staff time to, again, do the plan review and make sure that everything is updated and correct. And then the site condition inspections, that gives us an opportunity to go out and look and tell the builder what needs to be fixed before sheathing, perfect example. We don't want them to go out and start wrapping boards that are water damaged. So we identify it ahead of time, let them know, and then even though they may have passed a sheathing inspection 2 years ago, we put that back into the workflow, and that way we catch them with the new sheathing on before they put the house wrap. Pre-construction meeting, we've had a few requests for this. This just covers staff time, and for a third party, it's $90 an hour. So this is to cover a third party participant as well as city staff time. Swimming pool permits, no changes there. Swimming pool review, so this is in development agreements where we cannot we can't do plan review or inspections for the swimming pool, but they still have to go to the planning department to make sure the impervious cover is good, to make sure that they're not in the setbacks. And those always require an inspection. We do a layout inspection. Basically, they paint a rectangle on the ground where they're going to put the swimming pool. Somebody goes out with a tape measure, measures fence line to where the pool's at to make sure they're compliant with the approved plans. Plan reviews requiring more than 3 rounds of comments. Currently, we have some plan reviews that take 6, 7, 8, 10 rounds of comments. And in order to prevent our third party from dipping into the permit fees for going back and having to conduct all of those subsequent reviews, we want to charge $50 per review for any beyond a third round of comments. Plan review, this is what the third party charges, so this is just a pass through. We're not making anything on that. Land revision, so once a permit has been issued, this happens more on commercial than it does residential, but it has happened in residential. If they come back and have changes to the plan, that again has to go back to the third party. We need a way to pay them so that they're not taking money out of that permit fee. Unauthorized occupancy, this is an issue both commercial and residential, and for somewhere like the golf course, you tell them you're going to charge them $750 if they move in before you finish your inspections. We'll go out there and people will be living there. So the intent here with the fee increase to $2,000 is to make it a more punitive fee if they occupy the building prior to receiving the certificate of occupancy. The big issue is, the CO ensures that we've conducted our fire life safety inspections and that nobody's going to get hurt. If somebody's going into that building to put furniture in there, that company may not be covered by the builder's insurance. And if there's an issue, if somebody gets hurt, we're trying to prevent that. So, I've probably dealt with this maybe 7 or 8 residential and probably 5 or 6 commercial. Commercial is more about people wanting to move equipment. They want to move in furniture and equipment, but the same problem exists. And to compound things, if the inspectors have not been in there when they bring furniture in, a lot of the times they cover up things that the inspectors need to inspect. So that's the reason for the drastic increase there. Demolition permit, just trying to cover our costs here. When somebody demos a property, typically, they're demoing older buildings, and we're going to go out and there's going to be a septic system which requires some additional steps. making sure the electrical was capped off properly. Like there's several items that we're just not covering our costs on right now. For OSSF, for residential, reason it says varies there, for a traditional system, it's $575. For an engineered system, it was $625. Rather than have two categories, I just split the difference. $600 for a septic system on residential. Child, adult care, sanitation, same thing, kind of like what Dylan was talking about earlier. There were brackets. If you were under 25, you paid a certain fee. If you were over 25, you paid a certain fee. I just split the difference, $300, and that includes the inspections that occur throughout the year where Danny goes back out and does spot checks. So I believe that is, so they're paying for their permit and they're paying for 3 future inspections when Danny will go out and ensure compliance. And then double permit fees is what we've had. Anything here that's struck through, that has either been replaced or removed with this proposal versus the currently adopted ordinance. For commercial, so our current matrix is on the left side and my proposed matrix is on the right. You'll see I've bolded starting at $17 there in that second row. So I adjusted the numbers so that it scales properly and then increased each row by $1. Again, this is, I believe it was 2009, the last time we updated commercial. Okay. This is a building valuation data table. The only reason I even wanted to show this to y'all. For residential, it's really easy to find the one number, air-conditioned space, and base a permit fee on that. Tried to do it for commercial. Number one, we don't have enough volume for me to do any kind of comparative analysis. But number two, you can see here that there, I think, 243 different combinations of occupancy and construction type. And so you've got your construction type across the top. 1A being the word I'm looking for here, that is the most stringent. That's a fireproof rated assembly. And VB on the left side, which is not fire rated. And then as you go down, you see the different occupancy groups. So number 3 here, this is my example to kind of illustrate why we want to use that chart and not go off of just a square footage number. Unprotected wood frame storage building, $84 per square foot. So when they come to us and tell us that their building cost $100,000, they tell us what their occupancy is, they tell us what their construction type is. We go back to this chart and we look at it to see if they did their math right. So, fire resistant non-combustible theater, $337 per square foot. That's going to be a much more expensive project. And because on commercial side, your fees are based off of the valuation, it would be unfair to charge, the unprotected wood frame storage building and the fire resistant theater the same based off of square footage. So for commercial, the only change to that matrix, again, was raising them by $1 per bracketed fee. So the brackets there at the top, Standalone trade permits, again, this is an incremental increase so that we're covering 2 inspections and a plan review fee. The inspection fee there is for anything not covered by a permit fee. We've got after-hours inspections, we've got the remote virtuals. These are just slightly higher than what they were for residential. You're dealing with a more complex type of construction. Again, unauthorized occupancy, 2,000, and then adding the lighting review and lighting inspection. Those are now at $138 an hour, including them in the fee schedule because they weren't previously. So this way that they're in the fee schedule and applicants understand what they're going to pay for both the review and the inspection. On-site sewage facility. Commercial is significantly more complex. The plan reviews take longer, the inspections take longer, so increasing from 800 to 1,250 to cover those additional hours for plan reviews and inspections. Food establishment, there was some recent legislation that may impact these numbers. We will come back to council if it turns out these numbers are in conflict with what the state has provided.
What does restricted and unrestricted refer to in the mobile food unit permit line item?
I'm sorry?
Wait, a mobile food unit permit restricted and unrestricted? What does restricted and unrestricted refer to?
It has to do with the food, whether it's, I believe it's whether it's prepackaged or if it's made there. So if it's made at a central prep facility, it's treated, the inspection is different than if it were made right there in.
For them? Okay.
Yes, and that's based on the health inspector's input. He said that, you know, restricted, unrestricted, to him, it's the same inspection. But the reason I put it there is because some people may ask, you know, I'm doing food prep at Central Prep versus I'm making it right here in my trailer. Right, and again, everything that's struck through, those are either replaced or removed. Okay, so for signs, I really tried to reduce the amount of rows of information in the sign fees, in the fee schedule. And so rather than have all of the different types of monument signs with different fees for each one, I went through and looked at what the current fee is based on the max square footage. It averages out to $7.50 a square foot. So when somebody comes to the city, you know, traditionally they've always paid a set fee, $225. Doesn't matter if it's 20 square feet or 32 square feet. This will incentivize people to build smaller, but it also results in people who have smaller signs paying a smaller fee. The real estate signs, currently those are not renewable, and proposal is to make those renewable so that every 12 months they're coming back to the city and renewing that permit. My Government Online can do that automatically now. So they have renewing permits. They'll get a notification 60 days prior to their permit expiring, and they can just go online and pay their fee and maintain their permit. You see there the building sign. walls, fence, awning, hanging, those were same thing I did with the monument sign. $450 a square foot. Banners, temporary sign, no change. Construction development signs, again, renewed annually and increasing from $50 to $150 there. Restaurant menus, the same as the monument signs. Same for tenant panels and multi-unit monuments. Those are the small signs you see like out in front of the Windmill Center where they have individual panels on a larger monument. Master sign, plan, and ordinance reviews. So those are typically, I'm on my 4th one now, and those typically are 2 to 4 months worth of back and forth with an applicant. They require multiple staff members, multiple departments, legals involved, city admins involved, increasing those fees to cover staff's time. Variance increased to 500. I've heard council members before say, why are we granting all of these variances? So this is to make people think twice about requesting a variance. Yeah, in the variance process, like what we went through earlier, it does require significantly more staff time. Same issue with plan reviews requiring more than 3 rounds of comments. This is a very frequent occurrence with signs. So each additional round of comments past 3 would be an additional $50. Same thing for plan revisions that I spoke about earlier. They have a permit issued, they come back and they change, then it's another $50 to review again. And then double permit fees that exist now. Everything that's struck through was either replaced or removed. So this is my staff recommendations. Laura, how are we handling?
So this is the staff recommendations. Of course, everything that we've brought to you, we've talked about. I did email a couple of you this stuff in advance because we've been talking about it. So it's something that if y'all want it, and I've taken notes on what y'all asked to change, but if y'all want to approve it tonight, that's available to you. The building code update, those fees would not go into effect, the way that it's drafted currently would not go into effect until January 1st. All the other ones would go into effect October 1st. The DSRP fees, the parks fees, the planning fees, those would all go into effect October 1st. The new format is going to be that chart, which we are hoping will be easier for people to find their fees. They'll see what the fee was last year. They'll see what the fee is this year. And then we also have a supplemental appendix that kind of goes over some of the things that require more explanation, like what we had previously where it was all words. In the alternative, we are more than happy to bring this back on the 16th if that is y'all's preference.
These fees would be in effect for 9 months of the year. What does that change to the budget?
Well, it should, as Shane showed, there was a gap in cost to run the department, I think of around $800,000 based on the fees. So we should see a corresponding increase in balance forward since we're covering more of our costs that we historically hadn't been. But we won't know until we get into it because they're based off previous year's numbers, permits issued and stuff like that. So we should see an increase if fees are adopted. These fees are adopted.
We should see probably close to $1 million of increase across the board.
Should, yes, sir. As long as the numbers stay consistent.
What are our citizens going to get for that $1 million? Why do we?
Well, some of the things.
I'll let council ask questions.
Casey, some of the things Shane and I talked about was any revenue we brought in excess of the amount to cover the department, we could put right directly back to paying off that building sooner rather than later. It's a 7-year note. We have the opportunity to pay it off at any time, so we could free up that debt and that part out of our budget, which could lead to a reduction in the tax rate in the future if we so chose to.
Doesn't ad valorem and sales tax typically go into the general fund and starts offsetting some of these departments that can't pay or don't pay their own way? So why are we going to go through every department and make you self-sustaining? Is that the goal here? Where does this end? These costs are going to add costs to the homes in this town. And affordability is the biggest problem we have with our homes right now. And because we were negligent in increasing fees over the last 10 years or whatever, we're taking this huge step. If my business does that, I couldn't make that kind of increase. I would have to baby step it. And to ask us to do this now, I'm a little disappointed that we're even seeing this right now.
Well, I will say, last time we did building department fees was 2020?
Yeah.
Well, 2000,
some of them are longer than that.
Yeah.
You said
but it's
2020
2009 for commercial,
residential.
2020 for residential.
Yeah.
So shame to pass this on to every new home when we're in a period of fairly high inflation, or for some reason dollars aren't going as far. I don't know if it's inflation or what's causing it, but no, I would not like to see action on this. I'd like and more what the bottom line effect is anticipated. I know you saw showing $800,000 more coming in roughly, but every department is suddenly bumping all of these fees, and it scares the heck out of me. If we're going to do that, does council not, let's just raise ad valorem tax. If y'all want to show how strong we are, let's just raise ad valorem. Nobody wants to do it, but that's essentially what we're doing. Or we're discouraging, we talk about some of these fees to discourage people from causing 4 inspections or whatever. But we're discouraging people to move to Dripping Springs when we get it this expensive. And I have a real problem with it. We are at a budget that is very close to being funded. Why do we need to raise these fees this much at this time? Council, it's y'all's call.
Mayor, I think I agree with you that there are some in here that are quite excessive, and I do think it does require more deliberation and leaning into each individual one of those. However, I do think that at least what would be my ultimate goal of development services is to eventually get it to a point where it's a lot more like an enterprise fund, where it truly is covering just itself and is not dependent on anything from the general fund, so that we can focus on the general fund on paying for necessary things like roof repairs at Ranch Park or some of these other buildings that we've acquired down the road. And so, I think it's fair to ask the questions that you're doing, and I think we just need to lean into it a little bit more. I do think some increases are necessary, but I think some of it is a policy discussion, and I agree with the variance. I don't think we should based on our conversation earlier that I pointed, we shouldn't discourage people from filing variances, because the existence of it might be necessary to their business, and it might be that our regulation isn't anticipating what they're asking for. And so, I think there's a couple of these that we can lean in and adjust. Some of the other ones, I think staff tried to make a best determination on how it was calculated based on covering their cost of service. And it's a difficult exercise because we haven't quite forced them to have to think that way. But again, I think long-term, if we try to push into an enterprise fund, I think that's important that we do it. Now, I also think in the same vein, you have to also ask, is the service being provided sufficient? And obviously if our permits are taking 36 months and, we reply and it takes us 2 weeks to reply, then yeah, it doesn't justify the need. But, we do keep adding staff, and our times, I think, have remained pretty consistent since 2021. And so, I think some of it is about figuring out how to cover continue to provide that service, recognizing that, yeah, I mean, an increase is an increase, and that sucks in general, but I do think there are things we could look at individually with individual fees on trying to affect, homeowners versus, the larger builders. 'Cause yeah, I don't think we charge for an average homeowner to replace a water heater outside of just the basic review, if I remember correctly in the fee. Whereas I know Austin, for example, it's like $1,700 for a homeowner to replace their water heater. So I think there's a couple things like that we already do that maybe we could lean in a little bit more between now and the next council meeting to try to evaluate that. I don't know how I'm comfortable moving forward with the other ones, and so I don't know if we want to just sort of split it. I do have amendments to fire specifically, but it's the will of the dais on how you would like to proceed on that.
Council's pleasure.
And y'all could break it out if you wanted to just, and that's kind of how I did it with the effective date anyway. We have some for parks, farmers market, DSRP, and planning that are pretty minor and based on new services that we're providing. So, and are not an increase to most of the fees that we have, and some of them are even a decrease. So if y'all want to approve those tonight, that would be great. I can also bring them back on the 16th as a separate from fire and building, or if your changes to fire are minimal, I think that they could use theirs to be approved as well. But it's up to y'all however you guys want to handle it.
I think just talking about Shane's in particular, I don't know that my expectation is that you cover your costs entirely. I understand that's your goal, and that may be the way we ought to do it. I don't know if that's how most cities do it. I don't have a problem with working towards that in the stair-step way rather than leaping to it. But I also don't have a problem as much with charging new construction. I'm more concerned about how we handle existing residents and improvements they want to make. And maybe that's not entirely fair, but I'm less interested in encouraging new construction as I am taking care of the people who are already here. And I don't know if if there are fees where you could make it more palatable for existing residents versus builders.
I mean, these numbers here, this is, a fee increase of $700 for a 2,000 square foot house on a 30-year note is, like, that's not even noticeable for your monthly payment.
They can't afford it now. Teachers, firefighters, policemen can't live here now. So to say something is not even noticeable doesn't mean anything when you can't buy it. If you can't buy a T-bone steak now and it goes up 10 cents a pound, you're right. It's not hardly anything. But you have eliminated people who would want to move here, who we need desperately. And I don't know if you were to say, and I got to be real careful because I don't want to have a bunch of apartment complexes. I read the article about Austin leading the nation in apartments. But what does this fees do to something like an apartment complex? How much is it going to add to those? And that's people who really can't afford it, so how much is the rent going up? And I don't think we've run a good analysis as to what that's going to do. I'm not doubting that we need the money, but I think you're pushing affordability even further, and that's a hard word for me to say because what is affordability? It's also another hard word is being inclusive and trying to bring everyone who wants to come to Dripping Springs the ability. And these type of increases are going to greatly affect us, in my mind.
But isn't lot size more impactful than these fees?
Sure.
And we don't want to consider the lot size necessarily that it would, I mean, some developments, I think appropriately, are mixing types. And so we're getting some of those smaller lot sizes, but I don't think we want to do large-scale lot size reductions to get entire neighborhoods of small lot sizes, which would have a greater impact than, I think, than these fees would have. So we care, but we care about fees. We don't want to push the issue on lot size. I mean, I think we're sort of, those are hard positions we're trying to take.
I would actually agree with Mayor Pro Tem on that.
Oh my
I do
gosh.
think, I know, yeah, everyone pull out your money, who didn't have that on their bingo card. But yeah, I think it's appropriate to figure out the fees and work out some nuances. But I think in the grand scheme of things, if you truly want to affect affordability, do the exact opposite of our large suburb to the east of us and actually make it easy as possible to build different housing options, in our state limits. And I think that's something we've struggled with. I think we've done a better job in recent years of managing that, but that's actually how you fix the larger affordability problem. And yes, will it be adding, call it $3,000-$4,000 probably to the cost of a new construction? Yeah, and there is going to be a tangible impact to that. But in the grand scheme of things, the effect is going to be minimal. And to me, if we can increase that and make it easier to build more housing from a process standpoint, more variety, then that I think is a fair exchange, which I think our comprehensive plan is attempting to do, hopefully when we see it one day. But that's I think what we should be looking towards fixing that.
I think Shane has done what we asked him to do in those
I do too.
discussions.
I think he's done a great job.
Yeah.
And he's brought it to light.
It
But
doesn't mean it needs to pass in its
It's
current
not the
form,
solution,
but-
though. We need to find something better that.
So would the dais feel comfortable if I made a motion on solely just the other items, and let's put Shane's for the next one with maybe the direction of the fee committee working through on trying to figure out a stair step?
You did such a good job.
We did really
Right
good
the
job last
first
time. On trying to do some kind of a stair step and narrow in on, I think, to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, on some of the individual, existing homeowner versus new people.
I'm happy to keep working on it, particularly if they wouldn't take effect till next year anyway.
I think the intent of this one is.
I'd like to hear some guidance, though.
I think this one, the intent is 30 days, which I've never been a fan of. And so, I mean, if we, as part of the discussion, if we wanted to not only push this, but then also as part of that, change the effective date for permits, starting January 1st or something like that, I think.
That's what it is. Just for building, it was January 1st. Everything else was, because they're new services, mostly those other fees.
Yeah, okay.
We're going to be October 1st.
Okay.
I would, and you're certainly welcome to make a motion. I would, and go ahead, if you're going to make a motion, then I'll add my thoughts on it.
I mean, if you want me to push all of them, I'm fine pushing all of them, and I can circulate my change, and I'm sure staff will find it compliant.
If we're going to push them, I want to see the final financial impact on all of them on this next year's budget. So that means staff will have the burden to give us that in the next 2 weeks. Actually, week, because you have to upload the packet.
I mean, if you're going to push and ask for, which is fine, and ask for more analysis, then my recommendation would be to put it on the first meeting in October.
It doesn't matter, that's council's, but
if
we're raising fees, we need to know what the money, where are we spending the money? It's got to go somewhere. How much is it? We don't know. It's a budget, I know that, but if you're going to raise them, extrapolate it out and show us what is the effect of it. I think that's, to me, that's what I would like to see.
I'm comfortable doing that. The one asterisk I would make to that, Mayor, is, I have worked really hard with Chief Collard and Dylan on the fire ones, and I feel like those are perfectly reasonable for what they are proposing. And so my question to you would be is, would your intent to be to push them all, or is that one that we could take action on tonight?
I would push them all. I would like to understand what type of financial impact it will add to y'all with these rate increases. How much extra income, because I heard we're going to raise this even more as a detriment. And I don't like raising fees as, it's like raising a variance fee to try to discourage. And I understand the reasoning behind it in your case, but y'all collect sales tax. There's other income, so I have to understand it more when y'all are coming in and asking for more money. I know your costs have gone way up. I see it, and so I do understand it, but how much is this really going to cost everything going on in this town? Because we are fast pushing this, any kind of affordability for seniors, and I just think we need to really dig into it. This, to me, should have been done in April before we started the budget, so we could then carry those numbers forward. And to ask us to vote on it right now, I don't vote, so I have a problem with it. But I certainly respect anyone who wants to make a motion. I'm not at all. So it may go 5-0, and I don't even vote anyway, so there you go.
Yeah, and I recognize I probably get way more involved in their business than some of the other departments. I think it's fine to ask for that analysis, but I can tell you that I don't think that theirs will be that much different in terms of what they already have provided to us. I do think we will see a significant difference between our own staffs. And the other thing, and I will, to Dylan's credit, I think he first mentioned this to me in like January. And then we've probably had 4 or 5 meetings around it and several other discussions with the team. And so, while I do think I have some frustrations with how staff handled this particular one, and I do know some of that was our own scheduling issues as well recently, I do think it's unfair to toss North Hayes into the same situation. So because we don't operate a fire department, we essentially have asked them to help administer the fire code as well as review. And so we have an agreement, and my understanding is that we take in 20% of the fee in the fee schedule, which covers our administrative costs, and then the 80% covers their review of what they're actually doing. And so as we went through it, we did go through a lot of these. We didn't get into some of the more technical. I forgot about the burn ban, non-burn ban one, so forgive me for missing that one, guys. But with a lot of the other ones, like, they were very intentional about what is our, same thing like development, what is your actual cost, and are we covering at least that? I agree if I call 911 and they're responding to me, that's a very different cost of service versus, hey, here are these building plans, I need you to review these to ensure they meet our fire code amendments, and that's a very different cost scale. And to me, that's where the person is asking that as part of the review process, and we should be covering their cost as well as covering our cost. And so that was a lot of what the analysis that was done in those fees. And those are a little bit easier to tally because they're used to figuring out their man hours in that same kind of structure, whereas it is kind of a new thing for us to think of it that way. If we remember, we struggled when we were figuring out benefits and down to paper and stuff. Like, that's not something we're used to calculating, and that's something they do quite frequently in how they.
I don't have a problem moving forward with the fire one. I'd rather push everything else.
Yeah. So if everyone's comfortable, I'm comfortable make a motion, and I can hand out this if it would be helpful to you all. I didn't make copies, but I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the fire section of the fee schedule with the amendment on page 327 under new fees to add a unauthorized burning during a burn ban, and then on just a general unauthorized burning. And it's what I kind of discussed earlier of a first offense, and then having a increase double and triple for subsequent offenses in the calendar year.
I'll second.
Just for our benefit, say that again.
Diana can pass out the actual amendment itself, but it would be move approval of the fire fees with the change adding unauthorized burn ban and then unauthorized burning without a burn ban with the sort of the escalation. So it'd be the language that I put in there on my fancy new form I worked on. Yeah, just breaking it different, and again, this is specific to something that we're trying to dissuade people from doing. And so during the burn ban, obviously a bigger thing, so have that fee schedule, and then for any other time, having it that way. And note that by the time we get to the third one, there's going to be a lot of things happening, but it does give a little bit more teeth to the ordinance, and hopefully we'll address some of the frequent flyers that we've had.
Motion, we got a second by Sherry. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I would
2, 3.
like to understand it better, but
Yeah.
y'all go ahead.
Who are the nays, Mayor?
Eileen and Councilmember Crowe. Motion passed. Wade, you voted for it, right?
Right.
Okay. Motion carries.
Can I ask a quick question before we move on?
Sure.
When you talk about the frequent offenders, what are we talking?
The triple fine.
So people who I am a sovereign citizen, and it is my property, and I can burn whenever I want.
People who commit a third offense.
People who commit a third
They
offense.
ignore the law and they're deciding they're just going to go to heck with you, and you're making it punitive.
If you get to a third level, chances are we're probably bringing in TCEQ and other agencies, because you're probably burning quite a bit of things that you should. Or construction waste is the other one that we sometimes.
It is triple, not trip.
Yeah, triple. Yeah, my.
Okay, moving on. Where am I here? Item 10, public hearing, discussion, and consideration of approval of a proposed amendments to an ordinance of the City of Dripping Springs, Chapter 20, implementing the enforcement provisions of the city's drought contingency plan. This one shouldn't be near as bad.
I thought we were going to.
Thank you, Shane. Dylan, Chief, thank y'all.
Thank you.
We're good, go. Carry on. It's okay.
Looking at Anise.
Hazelani, Deputy City Attorney. Being a lawyer, I understand there might be a occupational tendency to speak fast. I'm going to lean in on that tendency given the hour. At the last meeting, there was approval of the city's drought contingency plan, which is essentially required to comply with our contract obligations for the purchase of wholesale water. What this ordinance does is basically implements the enforcement section of that plan. There was an appendix in the plan which set out an enforcement regime, but you need a separate ordinance to actually
implement that, and so that's what this amendment does. And it essentially aligns with the LCRA and PUA drought rules. The crux of it is there's two categories, retail customer enforcement and wholesale customer enforcement. So I'll start with the retail because that's what's going to have the most impact. There's a graduated penalty regime. The ordinance proposes that on the first observed violation, an offender will receive written notice from the city, which is consistent with our typical enforcement pattern. On a subsequent violation, should it go to municipal court, it would be prosecuted as a misdemeanor with a fine of up to $500. And on a third or subsequent third violation, also municipal court with the fine up to $1,000. It's up to, so the judge would have discretion to impose a fine of less that amount, but there's a maximum fine set by the ordinance. If someone is convicted more than twice of a misdemeanor under the drought contingency plan, their water service would be subject to discontinuation and they'd have to pay a reconnection fee and deposit to get water service resumed. Is
question. Turn off water under health and safety?
It is, as I understand it, a common provision in these enforcement regimes. It is an administrative process. You know, I'm not aware of any reason why we couldn't.
So long as they,
Health and safety issue.
well, as long as we give them tell them who they can appeal it to, they can always come. We can turn it off, but they can come and appeal it as long as there's someone they can point to. It's the same if they don't pay their bill. We can turn it off, and then they can either pay it or come talk to someone or pay it. So we are allowed under state law to turn it off if they, for example, aren't paying or consistent overuser of the water.
Random question though, like when I've dealt with this instance, usually the city has owned the utility. So in this case, are we essentially asking the Water Supply Corporation to turn
No, this
it?
is for our retail customers.
This is our retail customers. So if we have to turn one off down at Driftwood, there's other problems.
Yeah.
The Driftwood, Ashton Woods project. Double L will be one. We've
Mouthwater.
got several that have come in the next couple of years.
You ever heard of turning off water, Chad? For health and safety? Health and safety?
I've heard of turning water off.
But there has to, I always was told there had to be a process to get it turned back on almost immediately.
Yes,
To
that's
stop.
correct.
So to point to someone and say you can appeal, what's the appeal process look like?
They can come, Anise, do you have someone listed in the, or if there's no one listed in the ordinance, they would come to the city administrator and request it.
We would do a notice, similar
And
to
the
how you
notice
do.
has to list it to who you can talk to.
Who you can
And
talk
that
to.
person has to have the authority to immediately turn it back on if there was a mistake or they want to do that.
So it doesn't have to go to a review committee like some of our other things that we do here?
No.
Okay. I'm good with that. Thank you.
For wholesale customers, this is really forward-looking. As I understand it, there's like one wholesale customer now. If there were ever more, they would be required as a condition of service to adopt enforcement provisions that are no less stringent than the city's. The penalties for violation, same as with retail customers, it's a graduated process. This is a civil penalty, which is independent of the criminal remedies that apply to the retail customers as well. And it's essentially imposed by contract. So on a second violation under contract, they'd be subject to a civil penalty up to $2,000, and on a third violation, up to $10,000. For some reason, there was a basis for also prosecuting criminally. That they're not mutually exclusive. The municipal court can issue administrative warrants if needed to help enforce. mentioned the municipal court option, the civil penalty option for the wholesale customers, and as is typically the case, the city can seek an injunction in district or county court. Any other questions?
Do you define, and I haven't read it, do you define in what period of time, if you have 2 violations, 3 violations, before it doubles, or each incremental?
I said per day.
So every offense, every day of a violation is a separate offense.
Right.
But I think the mayor's question is, you know, if you
You
get
have one this
convicted-
year, one next year, and one next, you're at 3. Is it in a 12-month period, a 6-month, or?
I don't believe there's a defined period in there, so if it's.
We should have something to that effect.
Yeah, in a calendar year.
Is it the
Makes sense.
person?
Is it a
The
90 day?
person or the address?
Address,
Yeah, the address or something. I just think that's prudent to have.
To your point, it's probably attached to the address, and if the address changes hands in a 10-year period, violation, then the third one is water shut off.
So on the retail customer side, it's tied to the individual because they are being convicted a second time of an offense under the drought contingency plan. So that would run with them. It's like, you know, if you get a DUI and then a second DUI and a third DUI, it doesn't matter which car you drove or where it happened, it's a subsequent conviction. Yes, and whether it's through prosecutorial discretion, you know, they're not going to seek necessarily a higher penalty if it was 26 years since your last conviction. But, you know, fair point, it's not spelled out in the ordinance that there's an expiry on the.
Would be good at oral argument.
Pardon?
So you would be good at oral argument.
Past life.
How are we gonna, people driving around looking for people that irrigate when they're not supposed to? So we're gonna have someone doing that. Second of all, we're gonna give a warning now for the first time. These drought stages change on a daily thing. So we're gonna send notices to the residents that now we're on stage 3 drought versus stage 2 drought, and your watering schedule has changed. So how are we gonna send these out to the public so they know what stage drought they're at? Because this is gonna affect their watering.
I think we include on their billing, link to our website.
No, but it changes, if the PUA changes it or someone else changes it, then that, you know, how do we can get that out to them? We can say it's on our website, it's on our bill, but we send a bill once a month out. I'm just throwing these out there.
Yeah.
That, I think that the other organization does have problems with, and I'm just throwing these problems out because the other organization hasn't figured it out yet.
It's difficult. I mean,
It's difficult, but
yes.
I mean, I don't like to pass things just because we feel good about it.
Well, we
and then we
have-
can't enforce it. Or we
and
can
we
look at
do.
their water meters when they're watering at night and they're not supposed to.
I mean, that's a good way to know if somebody's irrigating.
It is, but I'm
And
just-
much more effective than
It's a lot
driving
more
around
than
in a
you have
car.
an employee driving around from
Right.
midnight to 3 a.m. seeing when people irrigate because they're irrigating not during business hours.
Mhm.
You probably already thought of this. I'm just
No, it's,
throwing it out there that I think we need to take in consideration that it feels good to enforce it or to make this, but enforcing it's a totally different thing.
it's very hard.
It's very difficult.
Yes.
So how are we going to, I think we need to think about this on it. That's it.
And I'm
I'll
happy
let y'all
to,
figure it out. I just throwing
happy to
it out
come
there.
back with the enforcement plan, you know, when we can have something in writing. Just to, you know, show you what a notice looks like, that sort of thing. Happy to put that together.
What prompted this?
We're required to do it as part of our wholesale contract.
You have to do it.
Buy our water wholesale from the West Travis County PUA. It's a requirement from the PUA to have this drought contingency plan, and it's also a requirement from the LCRA when you have a raw water contract with the LCRA.
So they require you to have a plan, but don't tell you what they want to see in the plan?
They don't get into the specifics. I mean, they'll tell, you know, our plan on drought staging and all that really mirrors their plan, and that's part of the requirement as well. But no, they don't get into the specifics on your notice has to state, you know, this, you know, 3 violations within a 6-month period is, you know, they don't get into that.
Are our water rates the same, Ginger?
Yes,
versus
currently.
10,000 gallons versus a 20,000 gallon user versus a 50,000 gallon user? Is there any penalty
We
for-
adopted the Water Supply Corporation's fee schedule because when we enacted our rates, we didn't have any infrastructure in place that, allowed us to really set a specific rate. We are going through a rate study right now on water and wastewater fees, so I anticipate those will
We're not
change.
gonna follow Water Supply Corp, because they might do their rate change, might not directly have correlation with y'all's. but-
Right.
I know we asked it earlier a different way, and but do we get a clear answer on if I violate, let's say, this year, and then I have another violation next year? What does that count as a second violation if it's the same address?
I want to look
or-
into that and see if I can get some guidance on that. I mean, I think that, I want to dig into that a little bit.
I had a water leak at my office that ran for almost 4 months, losing 1,000 gallons of water a day, and what kind of fine would I be subject to?
And that's the sort of
Don't
thing.
know, I mean.
Right, I think
And I
when
thought
you,
I had it fixed, and then it still kept
Still
going.
came back.
So that's 2 violations.
It goes to municipal court, so you make your case to the prosecutor and the judge, And a lot of times it is important to make sure you're not wasting water, even if it's inadvertently. But it's, a judge is making that decision whether knowingly matters or not.
on a leak situation, though, I don't think it would get as far as the judge. That's something that you can talk to
Yeah, the
staff about.
prosecutor would talk
If it
to
happened again, though, 4 months later, is that 2 violations?
Only if you're convicted of the first one. And then also, but you also need to make that, at some point, you have to be responsible to make sure that your water usage is not beyond what is in the permit.
But you don't know that until you get the bill. A homeowner
Right,
won't know that.
right.
But also, do we have a system that checks that the water is running, that meter's running all the time? We should have that in
We
our
do have-
system, that we send out a notice when you see that's running for 48 hours, that you send out a notice saying there is a possibility of a water leak.
So we have a number of different mechanisms in place for users to see what their usage is. We have a Beacon website that they can go to and see almost up to the minute usage, and so they can track over months and days. And so
But we're putting this back on the resident, though. If the resident doesn't check it, and we're buying water from us, why is the resident even go check there when he doesn't think there's a problem? That's my thing is, we should, as a staff, look at this and say, hey, we see an issue going on. We see a potential water leak. Your meter's been running for 2 days straight. Hey, there's a notice out here. You do it, but putting it back on the resident, I don't think is a fair assumption for the resident to go. I've never looked at mine. And they have it on the website. I don't look at it until I get that 5,000, 6,000, 2,000, whatever nominal bill is. Then I say, oh my gosh, there's a problem.
No.
Okay.
No,
well, I just-
and I'm the same way
And
with
I'm being the
water.
devil's advocate here.
I mean,
Whatever, y'all figure it
my
out.
wife looks at PEC pretty
I don't think we
regularly.
ate 'em all
to see
yet.
how we're using our electricity, but
And I
I'm
I
trying to
know
break the
that,
record how long we can stay here tonight.
I'm out. Chad charges by the hour, so we're good.
But don't you think that they need to think about? That's what I'm saying is.
Want
this
some
bill's
chocolate
good,
with your
but
pretzels?
It's pretty complicated, in my opinion. So,
And we're not seeing, or are we seeing the actual plan?
And you know what? We're discussing this a whole lot, so we keep with the spirit of Texas law. Give me one time out here. I need to have a public hearing to this item. Is there anyone here that would care to speak? Well, it's not listed after the fact, but it is in the title, so seeing and hearing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Now let's keep moving forward. I'm sorry, Denise, but I just looked down
Thank you.
and saw a public hearing.
Wouldn't want to bring it back for that reason alone.
Yeah, I didn't either.
We don't actually have the plan in our packet, do we?
we'll approve the plan
We approved,
last meeting.
we approved the plan. This is specifically the enforcement
Oh,
mechanisms.
wait, we do have the plan here, attachment A.
Yeah, I thought we attached the,
Okay, so now we're just putting the enforcement provisions to it.
it is, the enforcement regime is part of the approved plan. It just does not have the force of law until there's an ordinance implementing it.
Oh, so all these provisions are in the plan itself?
The majority of them are. My recommendation at this point would be just to postpone this to the next meeting, and we can check what the violation schedule is, and make sure that there's a notice of violation first before anyone ever, and warnings before you ever go to municipal court, which is how we already operate, but put it in the ordinance.
I can confirm that the way it's drafted is you cannot be sent to municipal court unless you violate after having received a notice of violation.
Yeah.
So in the leak situation, until you get the notice, there's no possibility of being sent off. Yes, postponement sounds like it would be in order.
And we're postponing why? I'm sorry.
To get some more clarification on the how of when you have, and specifically to when a violation occurs, like, how do we count it? Is it, you're good for one violation every 10 years, one violation, and I understand that functionally in the policy, we're essentially just copy pasting policy and saying this is now ordinance, but I think it would be helpful for us to know how that is supposed to function in practice. Do we want to do time certain, or just when staff appropriately has answers and sometime in the next month or so?
I am fairly confident we can have the answer for the next meeting. It was reviewed by the city prosecutor, but I'm sure getting input on that specific point would be quite easy. Subject to any legal restrictions on the maximum amount of time that can pass, does council have any particular guidance on what they would like it to be?
Question?
Say there's like a constitutional limit on how long there can be before the three strikes rules apply. Does council have like a policy preference for whether it's a 6-month period before the previous convictions are forgiven for sentencing purposes?
I mean, understanding now that it's also like conviction, full-on conviction, so to speak, like, I think if it's within a year or two, I think that's perfectly reasonable. And if on the high end, maybe like a cap of 5, for the total amount, I think. But I also don't know what, from a practical standpoint, given that we have to copy and paste what LCRA has, I don't know if there's a ceiling above of what we can move or so that would be part of the exercise, is whether or not you say, hey, actually, because of the law, we have to do exactly what LCRA says, and in which case then, it's futile, but it would still be helpful for us to understand what the process would be. So I would say postpone until staff feels confidently that they can bring it back as soon as possible.
Good.
Council, y'all agreeable, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Do we need to make a
I'm
motion
agreeable.
to postpone, or?
We can bring it back. We don't need a motion to postpone. I didn't know if anybody wanted a motion to approve. So I was just giving everybody their option.
Go with postponing.
We'll move on to the next item if there's no objection. Discuss and consider the selection of a bidder for the Stevenson Building and Parking Lot Improvement Project, and authorize staff and the mayor to finalize agreement.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We've also got Chad Gilpin, our city engineer, and Keenan Smith working with our TERS project here. So in June, the city issued a request for proposal for the Stevenson Building and parking lot improvements. Prior to the proposal date on due July 24th, we held a pre-proposal conference with any interested bidders. We had a number, I believe 13 were total. Of those 13 that participated, it included subcontractors and other participants, but there were 13 contractors there. 4 bids were received from ASD Consultants, Braun and Butler, Premier, and QA Construction. All of those were compiled and reviewed by a review team that consisted of Chad Gilpin, Michelle Fisher, Riley Sublick, Garrett Osborne, Ryan Thomas from our TERS board, and Alexis McKinney from Architects who helped design the project. Based on the review of the proposals, the team is recommending to council authorizing us to enter into negotiations with QA Systems, or not, sorry, that's who did the sound system here, QA Contractors. What we will be looking to do is get recommendation from council to begin that negotiation. What QA has said is there are a number of items we'd like to look at value engineering in the project. They are happy to look at those. Once they've been selected as the bidder, we'll begin the contract negotiation process. What we will bring back to council is a fully funded contract. Right now we have the fully funded base contract funded. So that does not include any alternatives, alternative A or B or 1 and 2, which included the Rambo Lodge paving and some additional work around the site. So we will be looking to plug some of those alternates back in through that value engineering, and what council will have before them on the 16th is a fully funded contract, and we'll be sure to outline the specifics of what we've value engineered and placed back in there. But for consideration tonight is recommendation and authorizing staff to begin those negotiations with QA. But again, I have Chad Gilpin and Keenan here. Shall I have any detailed questions on that?
Councilmember Crowe?
The QA was what, 4.2? And the ASD is 3.2? Okay, what, that's $1 million, it's $1 million different, right?
QA is QA has more experience doing historical preservation based on the reviews. Yes, they were lowest in the value, in the price, but their scoring was higher.
ASD is, I don't know what that 5-point scoring is. Is it $1 million with that 5 points? I'm just asking. I don't know, Keenan. Y'all have done this. Or one of y'all have done this more than me, but $1 million is $1 million versus 5 points, and I don't know what that scale is referenced to.
So the price was part of the scoring, and certainly ASD's price gave them a lot of points just for the price. But when we got into criteria for experience with buildings, experience with historic buildings, experience with restoration, they just didn't compare in any way with QA.
What do you mean?
Their primary experience that they showed us was working on parks.
Parks?
They tried to show some old experience, 20 or 30 years old, working on buildings, but it was pretty obvious they couldn't show us anything current that was much more than a park. Add anything? Thank you.
All 7 reviewers scored QA the highest based on their qualifications. They had a good price. Their price was good, but it wasn't the lowest. So based on the scoring system, price is 40%. So the low bidder automatically gets 40 points. But QA got...
I trust you, Keenan. I just had to ask that question. For $1 million, for 5 points, I have to ask.
Sure.
I owe it. If I don't ask, then I don't think I'm doing my job up here. If you can explain it and you say, hey, they, like Chad did, that they haven't done a job in 30 years, then that has a lot of bearing because they don't deal with it on a day-to-day basis where they might come back and then say, oh, we blew our budget. We want another $1 million. And we've just, when we could have gone with QA right away. So I have to ask it. If you tell me, go ahead, no, get to it.
Thought that lower price could have been from lack of.
What did we pass the budget to do? 4 million, the council did?
And we had 4.7, including the 4.7 something, including the alternatives that we hope to add back.
But we have it budgeted. It's not going over what we did. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So just to add kind of the overview, we had sort of one high ball, one low ball, and the two in the middle. And QA had by far the best qualifications for the project.
I have one complaint, I'm gonna tell both of y'all. Is Colleen and I did a lot of work on this. I wish we would have been included. I don't know if Colleen was, I wish I would have been included in this, just so I could have voiced my opinion before we got to this stage, because I think I put a lot of time and effort in this, and just to come here to see it like this, I'd appreciate it if somebody would have called me and said, hey, we're looking at this, what do you think? So I wouldn't have to do it. That's it. I know y'all did the job and I appreciate it, but, for council members to run it all the way to the finish line and then not have the final say in it is a little disappointing to me. That's it.
Staff should note that. Thank you.
I knew I wasn't on the review committee, and that was okay with me.
I like to just, just to offer.
But I hear what you're saying,
Just a phone
yeah.
call saying, hey, we're almost here, what do you think?
Yeah.
Just a phone call. I could have said, hey,
Yeah, I should have done that, and I didn't do that.
TERS board chairman was added to the committee.
Maybe I'm just being a little sissy about it, but, I like it.
Understand. Thank you.
I will take that.
Questions related to the project?
Make a motion to accept QA construction for 4.281?
So the recommendation we'd look for council would to authorize staff to negotiate a contract and work with the mayor to bring that back to council.
And I
at the next
authorize
meeting.
that. I didn't know you wanted an exact value on it, but okay to start.
Got a motion by Travis. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Sherry. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
3-1 and an abstention?
Was the abstention?
I was a yay.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Somebody down there said nay.
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
So 4-1.
So 4-1. All right. Motion passes. Public hearing regarding the proposed 2025 ad valorem tax and levy of $2,267.10 per 100 of assessed valuation of taxable property within the corporate city limits. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this public hearing? Seeing and hearing no one, we'll close the public hearing. No
No action needed. We just wanted to have the public hearing and just present it out there for council. And I did have to look up how to type out that number, so just in case council was interested.
Council, you got any questions on this one, or do we move on? Moving on. Chair. Public hearing and consideration of approval regarding an ordinance of the City of Dripping Springs, Texas, adopting the 2025 fiscal year municipal budget, funding municipal services, and authorizing expenditures. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this item? Seeing and hearing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Do we have a staff report?
Again, it's in your packet. It's just very similar to what we went over today. Currently, the general fund has a balance forward of, 1.2 and some change into FY27. And so you have a strong balance forward in all accounts. Right now, DSRP is still showing a negative as we remove that 50,000, but we'll find that and put it back in there before it's approved by council.
Don't need to move it to a date certain because it's already on our calendar for next.
It's already scheduled for the 16th.
But I would go ahead, just because it is the budget ordinance, and act on it to postpone it to September 16th.
I'll make a motion to postpone item number 13 to September 16.
And I'm comfortable, I can second that. The one thing I would add is I would still like staff to try to pursue finding a way to fit the Dripping Springs Ranch Park items into the budget. And I think bumping the wayfinding signs to a separate process would help with that. And if staff can't figure it out, then I literally have an amendment ready to go to move that money in the budget. And so, again, my hope would be is that you all can figure out a way to do it where everyone's happy, and that would be my hope. So with that, I'm happy to second.
Just for clarification, we want all of the priority projects from the DSRP plugged back in to the extent they can be?
To the extent they can be, and I think that Lily and her team understand what exactly that is. Like, if I was going to try to lean into the lights, you could probably lean into that of just replacing the stuff that's broken versus compliance, I think you could probably lean into that, but, the roof and the AC, I think, are the two most critical ones.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Closed session, what items do we need?
I know that the deputy city attorney has some information on the opioid lawsuits, is that right?
Is that the only
I
one?
don't have anything else for closed
I
session.
thought we needed 15. We don't?
14.
Oh, I thought we also needed 15.
For what purpose?
You didn't need to talk anything about what happened at TERS
Yeah,
today?
let's do that.
Okay,
I'm gonna make a motion to go to executive session under items number 14 and 15 pursuant to 551071 consultation with attorney and 551072 deliberation regarding real property.
Second.
Second, I don't anticipate, are we going to take any action on opioids?
Anita, are we going to take any action? Yes.
We'll probably take action on the opioid item. It's 10:08. We're in closed session. It'll be a very short time. Thank y'all.
out of executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. We're now on item 14, consultation with city attorney related to opioid lawsuits.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the resolution regarding the opioid settlement as discussed in executive session.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. One more motion.
Second.
Aye. All those in favor? Hey, Wade. How long are we going to be detoured around? Is anybody here?